And there's a new patch, so here to read it. New patch, Dawnforger. Ends in 46 days. Oh, so it's one of the major ones. Okay. With the stars shining on our blades, and with our faith engraved in our hearts, we carve the dawn at the end of the long night. I assume it's going to be long. Yep. Cooperative Paradox. Where does the road paved with good intentions lead? Hey, you're not part of this event. The new Tomato Emperor of the Yellow Zone. A warm wind blows across the doll community's experimental fields. As planned, tomatoes and purple sweet potatoes have taken root in the carefully cultivated soil and are grown with vigor. I can't help but feel a little sentimental as I met with this sight as I stepped out from the empty warehouse. Despite the substandard fertilizer available to us with our limited supplies, the dolls have made incredible agricultural progress off the back of their patience and rigor. Not bad, right? So you suggested collaboration between us because of... Hurried sounds of footsteps break up our conversation before I can finish my question. Latara runs towards us with considerable distress on her face. What is it, Latara? Latara begins riding at blinding speed before she even steadies herself. Our joint bearing stocks have run dry along with our other materials. The precision of everyone's movements has deteriorated due to lack of maintenance, and our harvest from the fields might be decreased as a result. Signed, Latara. Yeah, I expected as much. Don't worry, that'll be resolved soon. The brief moments of enjoying the harvest's cheer and comfort are short-lived as we get swept up by troubles once more. Latara greets me again in text form, despite having seen me just moments ago. There's no need to worry, Commander. It's not a major problem. Please do stay a while longer. Signed, Latara. What? Why is she saying this all of a sudden? I'm a little confused, but I figure that it mustn't be anything serious with the firm yet amicable expression on her Latara's face. She still notices the sliver of confusion on my face, though, and she becomes a little nervous as she scrambles to write something down. She must be worried that you're leaving, with you coming to check on the logistics here so suddenly. As you've seen, the supply availability here may be even worse than you imagined. You are bound to form reservations about a proposed collaboration. Why would I? Well, I've only been staying here to solve the issues. Don't we have a broker dream to realize too? I've already gotten things underway, actually. Latara, how much longer can our emergency materials and parts last us? I told them just a moment ago, if there's no unexpected losses, they should last us another week or so. I've already arranged their usage for everyone. Signed, Latara. A week, is it? That should be enough. In that case, I'll take my leave now. I need to take stock of the viable supply channels we have. Signed, Latara. Latara turns to smile and wave at us as she goes. Ulrud finally faces me once Latara's turned around for good. And you mean to say? I've been searching for buyers for the crops and a source of supplies for us. The sound of an incoming call rings out in a timely manner. I take a look at my terminal to find that the caller is Poldenitsa. She must have a response from me regarding what we discussed previously. She was... Is that the underground broker lady who fixed our ship? Or, not really ship, but our massive truck. Our train truck. I gesture with my terminal to Ulrud. Looks like things have gone well. Shall I step away? No need. You should listen in too. She nods, falling silent to indicate that I should take the call. Yeah, it is her. Long time no see, my old patron. I've got a little something for you. Her energetic voice immediately comes through the terminal. She's as direct as always, as if any pleasantries would be disrespectful. Something that inspires a bit more confidence than those cans you sold me last time, judging by your tone? Let's hear it. It'd be great if you found a bigger broker hub in the Yellow Zone, or an actual quarry of collapse pieces for me. Nothing as inconceivable as the products of your mind, but I guarantee you won't be disappointed. I still have a veritable treasure in the Yellow Zone for you. The call continues to buzz with static as she sends over coordinates and files. Have a look at what you've sent you. Let me have a look. Is that a trade center in the Yellow Zone? Formerly one of the Yellow Zone's many lesser settlements, and one that nearly faded from existence. In just a few years, though, this place has quickly risen up, and its name, Makash, is spreading quickly among brokers. I don't believe in quickly rising up nowadays. This is no spontaneously erected morning market. The trade volume there is among the highest of all Yellow Zone settlements. And many of the factories produce goods for the Green Zone and even the White Zones. The place is no doubt on the rise. Unfortunately, this place is not amongst Mother Earth's favored lands. Due to the amount of daylight there, their establishment, the entire area rather, has little luck with agriculture. I reckon you would be able to find a fair few buyers over that way. If you can establish a long-term cooperation, all of your problems won't be problems for much longer. Well, now that you laid it out, this does sound like it's worth a shot. I knew you'd have the guts for it. You wouldn't have taken the top spot on the brief bounty rankings. I interrupt Poldnista as she starts to poke fun at me. Okay, enough of that. Any more and I'm going to suspect that you're calling me just to sell me out for my bounty. How could I do that? I'm just helping out an old client. You helped me out my business even with the price in your head. I have to be an idiot to throw such a client away. If there's money for you, there'll be money for me too. No? Am I not correct? Poldnista contacted me immediately after I became wanted and provided a variety of resources not easily accessible. She's one of the very few individuals deserving of my trust right now. You don't need to say it. When have I ever done you wrong? By the way, you can relax. I know the position I'm in, and I won't just go strolling in. It's good that you know yourself. A most plentiful harvest to you in Makash, then. With a simple farewell, Poldnista prepares to cut the call. But she suddenly appears to think of something. Right. Is Mei Ling with you? She's on the Elmo. She's most likely doing her daily maintenance right now. You got something else to sell her? Of sorts, yes. That'll be all from me. Leaving me with that, she ends the call. Who knows whatever that was. I notice Ulrich's gaze still on me. My mind returns to agricultural matters. I extend her an invitation. How about you come with me? If this deal goes through, the supply situation will probably be mostly taken care of. These crops you've put so much effort into can go somewhere too. That's a beautiful future you described and certainly an important matter for this place. But I must ask why. The power plant blares with an alarm bell before Ulrich can finish. The alarm shrieks for the briefest moment before abruptly ceasing as if it had broken down. What is this? Don't tell me that's broken too. Commander, it's Suomi. Suomi runs at us while waving her arms, trying to say something. With the volume she can manage, though, I struggle to make out what she's saying. I only manage to hear her clearly when she gets closer. Commander, Big Sis, Exit 2 of the North. It's a batch of... no, even more than that. Automatic defenses aren't functioning? Most of the defense systems are overloaded due to the age of the repeater. We're doing what we can for them. Commander, I understand the situation now. Prepare for combat, Suomi and Ulrich. That's taken care of. All from Voimestina's one-shotting. These internally competing demands certainly don't help the already dwindling supply stockpiles. Commander, about what we discussed earlier, you're inviting me to come, too? Is that correct? As the overseer of the doll community, wouldn't you feel more secure if the proceedings are conducted in your presence? I imagine that you're just as interested as I am about this place's quick rise. Oh? Are you going with their Commander, Big Sis? Lord contemplates while staring at Suomi, speaking after considerable pause. Let me bring Suomi along. Then, if anything happens, we'll be able to protect you too. We'll also be able to bring along more crop samples with another person coming with us. Eh? What? Receiving no answer from either of us, Suomi tilts her head to the side as her confusion deepens. You don't need to worry about my safety. Team Groza will be with me the entire way. Ah, I see. You'd like to take her to someplace more vibrant for some relaxation, right? I smile and decide not to answer the question. So, I turn to the hapless Suomi. Suomi, you should come along. We should have space for more companions if it'll help you feel safer. Ulrich turns to Suomi as well, which makes Suomi pinch the hems of her clothes nervously. Wait, I can go with you and the commander? Then what about the, everything here? What about the defenses? I'll be notifying the other dolls in a moment to reorganize our resources usage plans. Things will operate as normal while I'm absent. Oh, alright. But where are we going exactly? Corroded invitation. A deeply impressed invitation whose heart has long since been rusted away by the sands of time. Eh? Sorry, what was that? The 11th Bureau? The familiar yet strange name sparks something in Mei Ling. Her hands holding her terminal shakes somewhat. What? So shocked you can't speak? Well, it's just been so long. Even though you bring back news occasionally, Miss Poltendista, this is the first time to think that I might be able to meet an engineer from the 11th Bureau. A pleasant surprise to be sure. The 11th Mechanical Engineering Bureau's 7th Support Division has been helping out at Makosh. Word on the street is that the senior engineer and their cohort is this time once did brief work for the NSU. Perhaps you'd like to meet him? Meeting? 1,000 emotions flood into Mei Ling's mind. Expectation, excitement, anxiety, and apprehension among them. What is it? It's just that I think I might need a while to mentally prepare myself. And I don't know whether they'll want to see me either. Oh, you wouldn't need to worry about that. The other piece of good news I have is that they've been looking for you too. Looking for me? If I remember correctly, they prepared a gift for you. Some wine from their hometown. You might like it. Such a thing exists? Not only that, they seem to be short on manpower at the moment. If you're willing to help, I'm sure you'd be handsomely paid. The 11th Bureau is known for their generosity, amongst other things. If your intelligence weren't always so reliable, Miss Polendista, I would have suspected this all part of some scheme. Or maybe you've been reliable all this time, just to pull in a big catch now. It's all a ruse. The choice is yours. Whether or not you see them is entirely in your hands. I'm just the deliverer of the message. In my hands? I've sent you necessary details. You can contact them in advance if you'd like. Best of luck. I'm out. She's gone. Only Mei Ling is left in the ops room to stew in her thoughts. Miss Poltendista sure moves fast. Mei Ling hesitates for quite some time as she stares at the new name stored in her terminal. She doesn't work up the courage to make the call, though. Why is it ringing? I didn't make any calls. Oh, it's the commander. All good. What do you mean, oh, it's the commander? Were you expecting someone else? No, not at all. What is it, Commander? To be clear, I'm busy right now. If you have any more work for me, you can beat it. No, I'm not the type to just slap you with work, unless we're at combat. Anyways, I'm taking Ulrich, Groza, Krolek, and Suomi with me to Makash. The element will be in your hands in the meantime. Makash? You're going to Makash? She repeats the name as Poltendista's words reverberate through her mind. First fuse. Shadows lurk beneath the placid waters. A single spark can detonate the entire night sky. Corroded invitation. So is the invitation referring to from or to Mei Ling right here? Or is it the commander? It's gotta be talking about Mei Ling. Okay. This place looks like it's kind of... It's way too extravagant! We finally arrive in Makash after crossing a vast desert. From afar, this place is nothing short of a lurking metallic beast. A dome forged from metal covers the skies, and the radiation nearby is kept out by a natural barrier of an aged dam. Several colossal elevators handle the flow of traffic, like giant metallic tendrils endlessly swallowing and spitting out the surging crowds. The space is clear as day despite being underground. Painfully bright floodlights are arranged in rows, extending endlessly into the depths of the man-made flood discharge tunnel. The humdrum of music from advertisements resonates as sharp tones of synthesizers stab into eardrums like countless needles. An exceptionally commercialized district is filled with cries of countless vendors, all wearing the same numb tiredness on their faces. Folks of different accents and skin colors mix together before their stalls. Some argue over tiny differences in pricing with reddened faces, while others count the precious few coins in their possession with mechanical movements. All in all, a stark contrast to the vast wilderness outside the city. It is a trade city after all, but still, to see such prosperity in Yellow Zone is quite shocking. I've drifted through the Yellow Zones for 10 years, that huge commander, but a city like this is still a first. I follow Mei Ling's gaze. Her attention isn't on the glaring electronic screens and towering economic districts, but fully focused on the greenery by the roadside. It's certainly strange to see that in a Yellow Zone. But the thing I'm more interested in at the moment is... Why did you come along, Mei Ling? Wanted a holiday? A stall by the roadside draws Suomi's attention and she separates from the group with a jog. Commander, I'm gonna take a look over there. I'll be back later. Is this gonna be anything other than holiday? If we take out the crop samples in your bags, there's probably nothing but sunglasses and sun hats left over. This is crucial luggage. Besides, I'm not here for a daily holiday either. Like I told you, Commander, I'm here because of my own work arrangements. And to reminisce with some friends. She passed the backpack on her shoulders, filled with all of her tools. She came here especially for an engineer who, she claims, has prepared a gift of their hometown's fine wine for her. Even without her mentioning it, I figure that she must be looking for information about her parents. This fellow townsman of Mei Ling's appears to be a senior engineer of the 11th Bureau. It might not be so bad for Mei Ling to meet him here. Since everyone was going, it shouldn't be too much trouble to have me tag along. Commander, Miss Mei Ling, they've even got band collab t-shirts here. They're the rare kind, too. Editions I can't get elsewhere. Oh yeah, she's a music freak. Forgot about that. Don't you like heavy music or heavy metal or something? Mei Ling follows Suomi after hearing the call, and they wander off towards an oddity peddling outlet selling a smorgasbord of curiosities. Might as well take it as a holiday. Let's take the chance to relax a little. There really hasn't been too much going on lately. But I have to remind all of you to remain alert. Remember who you are right now and don't expose yourself. That includes you, Mei Ling. That applies to you most of all out of all of us, Commander. Ah, Suomi! Help me keep this merchant where he is. Mei Ling and Suomi dive into the store, leaving me behind to go over our current identities, again with the dolls still around me. The uncrowned king of tomatoes, successful brokers and produce specialties of Southern Sarm, the Sosa family, is currently enthusiastically expanding into the western area. In other words, we have a whole lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Right, and our business is a family one. You are, respectively, my younger sister, older sister, and... daughter. Rosa watches as the gears in her head get stuck and kindly drops me a reminder. She looks at Mei Ling and Suomi with a smile as the duo busy themselves picking up wares. She's not our child anymore. Mei Ling is an engineer who can stand on her own now. Her words remind me of when we first met Mei Ling years ago. Rosa's in a mood to crack jokes for once. A rare sight considering our recent circumstances. Despite us having very few opportunities to be alone with each other, I can't help but tease her a little. If we're getting into character, however, it might not be so bad to make her the child. Commander, you look a little too young to be Mei Ling's guardian. Younger sister, older sister... So who's who? Rosa's the older sister. Younger sister would be... Would Rosa or older would be the older sister? How about you remind me of the other characters we're playing? Seeing as Rosa's in a good mood with a smile on her face, I can't help but enter holiday mode myself. I continue on the topic. You should remember who your partner is this time, right? Her expression changes the moment I ask that question. I think it was... I remember, but I'm not sure whether I should answer at the sight of the expression on Rosa's face. It is my honor. The character of the commander's partner has been left to me this time for the sake of convenience in entering various business-adjacent scenarios. I will do everything in my power to fulfill my duties. Rosa? What's with that look in your eyes? Deep jealousy. Lord answers the question for me with good intentions, but her voice trails off as she perceives the invisible sparks between Rosa and me. I see how it is, Commander. I used to be responsible for these roles, you know? She looks at me with a smile bearing a deep meaning. Rosa doesn't typically take these things so seriously with her personality, though. She must be saying this just to ease the mood. But Aura doesn't know that. Even if she looks the same as she always does, I catch her placing one hand behind her back, running her fingers over something in her palm. What are you quickling about? We're just taking on identities to make things easier. Leader, like we talked about last time, it's good to have a change of character sometimes too. We can't always play the same role. Kralik shields me behind herself as she speaks. Her bunny ears sway in the wind, and I wonder how I previously failed to realize how comforting the sight of her figure is from behind. That's true. Perhaps taking on the role of the commander's elder sister will help me gain a greater understanding of him. So she is the older sister, and then Kralik is the younger sister. I place a hand on Kralik's shoulder and gratefully give it a pat. Kralik, aren't you going to take a look around? There looks to be a lot of stuff here you can't get over at the doll community. The mission is not finished yet, is it? Why are you so keen to mess around like the others, Commander? Look, Kralik, aren't those bunny ears over there rather nice? I've never seen those models before. Really? Where? Wait, hold on. I don't remember asking you. I'm not interested in that stuff at all. Just who's the one having a holiday here, Commander? Whatever. I'm gonna check that place out if you're gonna be like this. Just tell me immediately if anything happens. Which it inevitably will go wrong, because our luck is terrible. Without another word, Kralik also plunges into the motley mass of goods on sale. It takes a brief look around. Or I take a brief look around. This market is unprecedentedly large as far as the Yellow Zone goes, but there are precious few stalls selling produce around here. The offerings on display from the few open vegetables and fruit stalls cannot be compared to the fine crops of the doll community. I think the market here is going to be considerable. Then, Mr. Broker, will you please be pursuing the goods with your sister, whom you've relied on since your early days? That's right, Commander. You always advise others to relax, but you're constantly high-strung yourself. Rich, coming from you, Ulrid. Since we set off, you've squeezed that rubber pig of yours a few dozen times, haven't you? If I remember what Latara said correctly, that's one of your stress toys. We can't have our potential collaborators seeing that, right? She awkwardly touches the tip of her nose. Strictly speaking, that's only the second time. I am a bit nervous, though. Most people aren't like you, Commander. Her gaze lands on the store that Suomi and Mei-Ling entered. I sighed and then turned to Groza, who's by my side. You've noticed too, haven't you? Just to the left of that store, I clearly see several people lurking nearby. They're holding makeshift firearms made of miscellaneous parts, their rusted shells glistening with mottled light. I'd love to enjoy my holiday, but those two might be in danger. Being dragged into such an incident just as we arrive in Makosh is hardly a good omen. However, before I can even think through the situation, Ulrid's hand is already on her sword's grip. These are the humans I'm familiar with, completely dominated by emotion, ready to commit themselves to violence they do not understand. Easy enough to tell from their expressions. We shuffle a few steps towards that direction to get a proper look at their faces. Sunken cheeks, swollen skin, and the feeble bodies. But more striking still are their expressions, hollow and wavering gazes as if they'd totally lost the ability to focus. They're the very spitting image of madness and self-abandonment. I began observing our surroundings just a moment ago. It's not just them that are struggling to focus. Looks like there are a considerable number of people in the city who are that mentally compromised. There is a drug outbreak. People are distributing something rough here. Or they're just totally broke and dying. I look about and confirm Groza's statement. In the bustling vibrance of the crowd, many of the people here wear a similarly strange expression, including the vendors and idlers on the side of the street. They're about to get moving. Let's go. Looks like a heist, or maybe a robbery? We can't allow Mei-Ling to fall into danger. Prepare to suppress. Gunshots ring out inside the store. The individuals we noticed earlier quickly pick up their weapons and rush in. The surging sound of screaming immediately fills the air. How many times has it been this week? I told you we should have driven them out. These lower castes shouldn't even be allowed in this lair. Lock them up already. Ah! They have guns! Guns! Where are the goddamn Oathsworn? What happened to all the taxes we paid? Suomi and Mei-Ling are not among the masses we see fleeing from the site. Suomi should be able to handle these situations, but Mei-Ling is flesh and blood. Commander, ready to suppress. Groza, Ulrid, prepare for combat. Bunny ears, they sell bunny ears there. That or it's just a casino. The situation is taken care of, Mr. George. The chaos doesn't continue for long. As one would expect, a squad of armed personnel named the Oathsworn quickly move out to settle the commotion. Not unlike a well-secured green zone. Judging from their movements, they've clearly received rather comprehensive training. What are you doing, Thea? The woman named Thea looks at those... That's a woman? The woman named Thea looks at those put on the ground with some uncertainty. Those executing the robbery with guns in hand just a moment ago are now restrained by the Makosh Oathsworn. On your knees, hands behind your head. You traitors! George's dogs! Kill us already! Hurling indignities will not improve your situation. You don't have the right to simply die after consuming so many resources. Prepare to repent. The sound of resistance gradually fades as the Oathsworn crack down, but the look in the belligerent's eyes becomes murderous. They stare at the man in stately garb with a death-like obsession, as if he's the target of some long-standing grudge. The man, however, only has enough attention to spare for Thea. No. There would have been a chance of repentance if they were simply uncooperative. However, making a mockery of the Order of Makosh before our guests is unforgivable. Get rid of them. Yes, Mr. George. Hey, hold on. Don't go, it's dangerous. My shot is a moment too late. In a single moment, the belligerents all receive a bullet through the head. They cease all movements on the ground, the scent of their viscera mingling with the gunpowder and spreading through the district air. Thea doesn't hesitate. It's evident that she's used to such scenarios. She neatens her gloves and continues her work as if the corpses on the ground aren't there. And she acts as if she hasn't heard my call. All taken care of. Apologies for my oversight. I thought we still had vacancies in the underground prisons. Prison space has never been an issue, Thea. If these people are encountered again, just shoot them on sight, regardless of who the fuck they are. There will be no riots in the districts of Makosh. It would hurt our business. The woman named Thea lowers her head in silence, her countenance hidden from view. If that is your will, do not make me remind you again. Thea's expression remains unmoving the entire time, whether she apologized, lowered her head, or was lost in perplexity. If there's anything that indicated any emotion, it'd be her hand that periodically moved to caress the accessories on her person. Finished with his rebukes, the man named George turns his attention to me. My guess from afar. The way you gave your orders just now was most notable. Leaving his point half to finished, he takes a look at Ulrid. A hint of a smile appears beneath his cruel eyes. And so are you those you travel with you? I assume you must be the reason I'm here today. His lip jerks into a smile. I must say that I not foresee owing you a debt for assisting us with these terrorists before we even begun to discuss business. You know me. Of course, the uncrowned king of tomatoes, successful brokers and produce specialties of southern Sarn. The Sosa family, who is currently enthusiastically expanding into the western area. They must be your family members? That was the report I had received. He remembers the pitch even better than I do. It's an honor to be remembered by one such as you. You must be the overseer of this place with how knowledgeable you appear. Foremost leader, to be clear, but you may call me George. Someone who established themselves in the Yellow Zone through agricultural has the right to do so. Someone who established themselves through the Yellow Zone through agriculture. Okay. Putting themselves on somewhat equal footing. Our family seeks to show you the utmost sincerity in this collaboration. As you can see, everyone responsible for the production and trade of our produce is present. Along with me are my older and younger sisters, partner and daughter. There's two of them are currently off shopping though. And your family. And your daughters too? This trip is considerable. Adopted. Those on our line must acclimate to traveling across the Yellow Zones one day, as you know. A prudent assessment. An almost imperceptible sliver of skepticism travels through his eyes, but his lips are ready to smile with a sudden realization. Our mutual friend Polendista emphasized to me that you are well prepared. Emphasized to me that you are to be well treated. I am told that you are a most esteemed client of the brokers. Esteemed is an overstatement. Polendista made a hefty sum off me, taking more than her fair share, I might add. Introducing me to a contact as prestigious as you is a rebate of sorts from her. No doubt used to such flattery, he smiles faintly and moves onwards. The judgmental look on his face eases. Mr. George, preparations for the banquet are complete. Shall we escort our guests to the hotel? Thea suddenly interjects in our conversation, having finished directing the squad's scene cleanup. George only motions for silence, quite unsatisfied with her interrupting him. He instructs her to leave. Looks like some of my words do get through. I am told that your family has a plot of land as large as Makosh dedicated to planting tomatoes. He questions me as we walk. His smile is exceptionally bright, almost bright enough to make one forget about the prying nature of his words. The Yellow Zone have no lack of land. The issue isn't space, but the distribution of fertilizer and sunlight. Our family has some tricks that alleviate the issues at hand. I mentioned the experimental fields over at the doll community. I have at least grasped the basics of agriculture after trying to keep up with everyone else. That is indeed the case. I would really like to know how you've accomplished this. We've tried as well, but our results were less than desirable. Oh, but this really is no place to chat. Let us end our pleasantries here. He smiles glowingly, and after thinking for a moment, he produces an invitation letter, more ornate than something that should be appearing in the Yellow Zone, and places it in my hand. Look at me, almost forgetting about important affairs. What is this? I value our cooperation and enjoy making friends. Of course, parties and balls are all a necessity for any guest of mine. However, it is my failing as the host that you encountered such disorder in Makosh. So please, receive my hospitality for the time being. We shall begin with this welcome ball. How about it? I'm certain that such an arrangement will be most fitting for your family. He takes a long and deep look at my family, a knowing smile spreading across his lips. The discomforting look on his face makes me doubt whether or not he's really has a passion for these parties and balls he speaks of. Even if he smiles like you were my childhood friend reuniting with me after many years, I will never forget the ruthlessness with which he ordered the deaths of those people mere moments ago. I'm sure he knows that too. Or are you not so fond of such social occasions, perhaps? This is an invitation, not a necessity. If our guests respect us, they will receive nothing but the best in return. Examining the exquisite patterning and foil stamping on the invite, I feel that I might as well give Groza a chance to relax. You worry too much. You might not be aware of my other moniker. What is it? I do hope it's not something like Sarn's Dancing King. You will know when the time comes. I'm looking forward to discovering Makosh. I hope your ball will not disappoint me. George visibly relaxes as I accept his invitation. I can guarantee it'll be nothing but the finest the Yellow Zone has to offer. Now, if you'll excuse me. A moment, Mr. George. Could I wander around the premise as a cooperative partner of yours? My sister is rather fond of shopping, and I could use the opportunity to take stock of the economic environment here. Oh, certainly. I can arrange a briefing for you, though. It would be significantly more efficient. If I may speak frankly, I gesture at the surroundings. There is much that could be improved in terms of how the needs of the underprivileged are addressed. Judging from their clothing and equipment, they seem to be in dire straits. Not that this is anything new to people like us who operate in the Yellow Zones. Well, you've caught me. Where should we start? Our family has their own processes. Before that, my partner wishes to see Makosh's most luxurious hotel first. If it's not too much trouble, Mr. George, might you accompany us there? Partner? Sure. I would be a terrible host to have you manage these affairs yourself. I prepared a deluxe roof suite for you. I intended to escort you there after the ball, but now is no problem either. You are our most generous host, Mr. George. After you. This way, please. George raises a hand and makes an inviting gesture. Ignoring the hints of bravado in his voice, we follow him deep into the winding streets. Quite noticeably, even as George proceeds with easy steps, the people on the street all display expressions similar to the armed. The armed men who were killed. Alright. Lightless night. There is no day or night here. No moon or stars, only darkness. After George left us at the hotel, we tidied ourselves up before we stepped out on the street. Because of the work Mei Ling mentioned previously, she was so keen to come here that she made preparations to come here by herself. For safety's sake, however, we ended up deciding to come together. This place sure is a contrast from the hotel. I can't help but exclaim at the difference between the two environments. Inside the lavishly grand hotel, everyone present seemed radiant and lively. They wore smiles on their faces as natural as those of any white foreign resident, and the rooms were decorated with similar finery. There were even some carefully chosen little gifts laid out for us. On the other hand, the street we now find ourselves on is filled with those taken by pain or madness. Seeing as our goal is to survey the area, though, we do not need to see all the places Makash has to offer. It's better to get a more complete understanding of the place. Ulrud and Suomi are off preparing for the ball and tallying up the crops we brought. Only Groza and Kralik are with me. But Mei Ling appears a little off compared to yesterday. She's constantly looking around as if searching for something. Don't worry, I'll protect you if anything happens. Mei Ling's preparations might have been mistaken for uncertainty regarding the security of this place, but Kralik tries to comfort everyone in her own way. Commander, it seems you don't trust that man named George at all. I can't help but feel that this place isn't quite so simple. Have you noticed that even the most luxurious hotel here is a little... not glamorous enough? It's not quite what you'd find in the green zones, but it's still pretty good, right? There are no issues at all with it. It's perfect up to green zone standards even. But the only place where we could find goods for daily use was at the hotel. There aren't any other similar shops in the area. It may be a trade zone, but the only business we see being conducted is in the place where we came in. I don't imagine that the Thai trade volume Polendista mentioned takes place entirely in that place. So you mean there's trade going on in some place we can't see? Some kind of black market, eh? She surveys the surroundings and takes in the sight of the dilapidated district in sharp contrast to the hotel. Well, it can't be this place. It wouldn't be caught dead doing business here. That's where the problem is. We continue moving forward as we travel through the broken buildings. The street is maybe 1/5 as well lit as the street where the hotel sits, with only a few scattered light sources illuminating the silhouettes of our surroundings. We decided to escort her together to the meeting, as we were totally unwilling to let Mei Ling move around the city by herself under any circumstances. It would serve as part of our investigations into the city anyways. Mei Ling opposed this overly protective course of action immediately, but she still clings onto my arm tightly, feeling a little fearful. This place's power supply is definitely lacking compared to what we saw when we just got here. A lot of power is required for underground illumination, but this is ridiculous. It's incredibly dangerous to live and work in these conditions. As unrealistic as expecting good lighting in the Yellow Zone is, the other party asked Mei Ling to meet them here. I condemn George's pretentious generosity deep down as I consider whether I should tell Mei Ling to give up on this request from her fellow townsman. Just as I'm dwelling on the thought, the path ahead grows brighter. Oh? The power's back on? No, this is the work of natural lighting system. Only a small portion of this is artificial. The circular glass domes above us give off a gentle light. As faint as it is, the light extending down the street softens its sharp outlines. Looks like we blamed George wrongly. Oh, light pipes. It must be a pain to set these up underground. Light pipes are hardly a rare technology, and it's no rarity for underground shelters in the L Zone to use light pipes for illumination. The deployment of them on such a large scale, however, is a considerable work of engineering. The lighting system here has been carefully constructed to acquire light from the outside, combining it with artificial lighting that fills in the gaps on overcast days and at nighttime. A baseline level of brightness is maintained with energy consumption and cost-value ratio taken into account. Looking at it closely, this layout is perfect. Illuminated by the soft light, we spot several people undertaking survey work. They're dressed in uniform workwear, and they give off a different air than the agitation and dread found amidst the other residents of Makash we've run across. A busy sense of fulfillment surrounds them, yet a certain tiredness mixes itself in as well. Noticing our bizarre group of individuals, the one among them that appears most like the leader approaches us. Mei Ling? The other party is an amicable old man. In stark contrast with the city's other residents, his eyes are bright and he carries himself with vigor. He identifies Mei Ling with a single look and carries himself calmly. His subtle gaze stays on me for a moment before he nods politely and turns back to Mei Ling. Looks like he's the client who arranged the meeting with Mei Ling, but her reaction is somewhat delayed, maybe because she's unfamiliar with such situations. Are you speaking to me? Oh, apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dr. White, a senior engineer of the 11th Mechanical Engineering Bureau. Mei Ling pulls out her terminal as the man speaks and seems to be comparing something. After a brief moment, she exclaims with a sudden realization. Ah, it's you. Someone you know. I'm still worried about Mei Ling, so I don't let my guard down. I take a step forward to stand next to her. She still seems to be doubting and questioning how she could express herself, but she manages to get something out after some considerable thought. I suppose, yeah. This is the person I told you about, Commander. The engineer that I share a hometown with. You must be the Elmo's commander. You are easy enough to identify. Seeing that Mei Ling is hesitant, he removes his protective gloves and offers me a handshake before I question him. His sleeve is newly stained with machine oil, and his hands still bear marks made by cabling. I wonder if it's due to his similar appearance to Mei Ling, but I don't feel any antagonism towards him. I don't know any commander, I'm afraid. I still offer him my hand, even though I deny my identity. My name is by no means suitable to bring up in spontaneous conversation, but he does not treat me like a wanted criminal and offers me the same civility. Don't worry, I won't do anything to jeopardize your interests. I purely wanted to see Mei Ling, Commander. I turn to Mei Ling, seeking her opinion, and she nods. Yes. Miss Poldenise introduced me. Something about assisting with the work here in Makash? She turns to the engineer after explaining the situation to me. What sort of project do you need my assistance with? I'm an expert at everything. You've seen all of it already. What are your thoughts on such work? Dr. White turns somewhat to the side, gesturing for us to look behind him. The light we were so thankful for a moment ago comes from the most important illumination system on the side of the city. The work that Mei Ling was about to accept was related to this whole time. The lighting system here was constructed by you? The elderly man shakes his head with a smile. He only tosses a look of praise back towards the team working behind him. The gathering of sunlight here requires an understanding of the geography, and the design still needs to be drafted by a local. I only initiated the project. Did George invite you here? The 11th Bureau and Makash established a cooperative relationship many years ago. An invitation from George wasn't necessary. In any case, it's not like the current Makash wants to be on the 11th Bureau's bad side. I look at his jacket and I find the 11th Bureau's mark and even the organization's operational goals emblazoned on it. Relief efforts for humanitarian goals. If I'm remembering correctly, the files Poldendisto provided me mentioned that the dam Makash depends on for its existence was constructed by the 11th Bureau for free. So does that mean you're providing relief to this place as a charity? It sounds strange, I know, but I think this is necessary. Makash's sun only reaches its surface, but its roots deep in the earth still need light to grow. Even if that light is borrowed. That sounds meaningfully enough to me. Rather, please let me join you. She leaps at the opportunity, even forgetting the fear in her heart as she stops holding tightly onto me. You really are like your mother. A moment, Mei-Ling. I have some things I'd like Dr. White to clarify first. I stop Mei-Ling from getting ahead of herself. Perhaps she hasn't discovered the trick yet. Rather than a side job, this request is more akin to an interview. The old man in front of us is surely hoping that Mei-Ling will return to the organization her parents come from, which isn't necessarily a bad thing for her. The 11th Bureau's work is no doubt meaningful and would make proper use of her talents. I come to the resolution that Mei-Ling would be the one to make the decision herself. I would only make sure that she is not tricked or misinformed. Oh, what do you want to know? Forgive me if this is intrusive, but can you provide proof of your identity? I don't mean to be distrustful, but these matters concern Mei-Ling. I'm sure you can understand how I'm feeling with how important she is to you as well. And as you have seen, taking on identities is at times necessary to Makash, just as I am doing. Necessary in Makash. His approachable smile doesn't lessen at all as I put forth my suspicions. There'll be no problem at all. In fact, I expected exactly as much. Here are my documents. You may verify them as you like. We have no need to hide our identities. He passes me an aged engineer certification from the 11th Bureau. The leather covers are visibly aged yet well preserved, and it still gives off a gentle gleam in the light. I can tell you treat your documents well. The 11th Bureau's documents are quite plain, speaking about nothing but the organization's glory and meaningful history. Alongside the 11th Bureau certifications are StatSec-issued URNC specialist certificates. Nothing I haven't seen before. His identity is guaranteed by the URNC, and his safety is ensured by StatSec with his ultra-high security clearance. Is that all? I'll be happy to answer any other questions I can. Seriously, Commander? Making all this fuss for my sake? Are you finally treating me as someone important? Mei-Ling peeks at me and mumbles lightly. I swear she's smiling ever so slightly. For the sake of fairness, I will make my stance clear as well. You must be ready as well, Commander. Of course, I don't mind. We both have Mei-Ling's interests in mind. But what you said just then, do you know Mei-Ling's parents? As this topic is brought up, Mei-Ling becomes a million times more nervous than she was previously, and she starts pinching at her clothes. Shen and Aicha, members of the 7th Division. They came with me to the NSU after World War III to assist in relief efforts. They were important, valued members of the 11th Bureau. And so, when they gave themselves for something larger than themselves, making sure that Mei-Ling would be safe was a duty we could never reject. Then why now? A barely perceptible hint of hurt creeps into Mei Ling's tone. The vehicle you boarded was never easy to find, and we were always short on manpower. When we located you via broker networks, you had already become an engineer in your own right, and always appeared rather busy. So we chose not to intervene directly and decided to only extend a helping hand when you needed help. You've done well, child. You've taken everything upon yourself. If your parents could see how you changed, I'm sure they'd be proud. Really? Then, could you tell me more about my father and mother? Of course, as much as you'd like. Everything about them has been recorded in a gallery back at home. You can come back and have a look if you like. Home? Don't you want to see our hometown? I already know how Mei Ling would answer. After all, I have seen her ruminating with their parents' notebooks in hand on more than one occasion. But now, she hesitates. The answer that should have left her mouth in an instant turns into silence upon her lips. All I can do now is what's best for Mei Ling. I'm sorry, but I'd like to know what exactly her work would entail. Commander! Mei Ling lightly tugs at my clothing, perhaps frustrated by me speaking on her behalf without permission, or simply hoping to direct the conversation herself. Or maybe a mix of both. I should have been happy that Mei Ling was making her own decisions. All I hope is that she'll make her own choice once everything has been made clear. The conversation with a third party will help her gain a more objective perspective. The other details aside, I must know how safe all of this is. Operational safety will be guaranteed at an organization level. Our agreement with Makash is exceptionally solid, and even the URNC would have to respect it. As for the rest, after this project is complete, she'll become part of the Special Research Unit and will not be assigned to relief work. That I can guarantee you, Commander. My expectations becoming a reality is less of a shock than I expected. Groza and Kralik grow unsettled with the sudden realization. They look at me nervously, as if waiting for me to turn them down. For Groza and the others, Mei Ling is more like family than just a companion. The same goes for me too. Still, I don't plan on changing my mind, and I don't plan on intervening with Mei Ling's own decisions. After it's complete? Mei Ling appears confused for a moment, but she reacts quickly and gets nervous again. I more or less understand now. The 11th Bureau's real goal this time is to take in Mei Ling, isn't it? I haven't even extended a formal invitation yet, Commander. But I do hope that Miss Mei Ling Shen will join the Bureau. Eh? Me? Working at the 11th Bureau? It may or may not be the thought that her parents once worked here that comes to her mind, but Mei Ling looks both expectant and troubled. Don't worry, we'll give you plenty of time to think about it. There's no need to give me an answer right now. You can take this project as a trial. If you like what we do, you can change your mind at any time. After soothing Mei Ling's emotions, Dr. White turns to me to ask my thoughts. What do you think, Commander? Considering Mei Ling's circumstances, this does sound like a fine plan. However, this is Mei Ling's business, and her thoughts are the most important here. What do you think, Mei Ling? Up for a change of occupation? I don't know for sure. The Elmo already has more for me than I can handle, even with overtime. And well, with things that busy, the commander will really miss me. If I could just have a few nice bottles of wine, I definitely might stay on the Elmo a bit longer. I just need my alcohol, and I can get my work done forever. She speaks with no small amount of apprehension in her voice as she looks back and forth between Dr. White and me. But I detect a little bit of something resembling anticipation in her eyes. I suddenly begin to wonder if Mei Ling is looking forward to a potential new life or something else altogether. Dr. White slowly begins to speak, as if he's intuited what's on my mind. Commander, with your Elmo being treated as a terroristic threat by various countries, you should understand this well. Mei Ling is being drawn into danger she shouldn't be part of. The organization will not allow this. In times of need, we will intervene to protect our martyrs' descendants. Clearly, they've done the research. I must admit that his perspective is correct. If I were in their place, I would do the same. You're right. Mei Ling doesn't deserve to be involved in this. I would certainly rather her just be safe. However, it's her life. Neither you nor I can make the decision for her. She has to decide for herself. I turn and look at Mei Ling, and she appears surprised for some reason as we lock eyes. A little wounded, almost. That's why I only nod in our encouragement towards her decision. Don't worry, Mei Ling. No matter what it is, we'll all respect your decision. Of course, just in case, the Elmo will always have a spot for you if you don't enjoy your life at the Bureau. Huh? Hold on, Commander. I haven't even settled on leaving yet. Don't you want to go home, Mei Ling? She falters again at the question. Going back does sound good, Mei Ling. Hey, Commander, like I said, I'm just helping out this time. Why are you being like this? It wouldn't be too much to at least try and get me to stay, right? Am I to you? Maybe she wanted me to advise her on the matter. I don't want her to make any decisions based on her emotions at the moment or be tied down by my influence. Telling her about the other options she has at an appropriate time might help her see what she really wants more clearly. As someone already used to working on the Elmo, experiencing the 11th Bureau will no doubt be beneficial. It's alright, Mei Ling, while you're young and still have options. As Mei Ling takes a heavy breath in, Groza breaks through the silence. So, is Mei Ling gonna help this gentleman here with his work now? We haven't even gone to the ball yet. I did say that I wasn't here for a holiday. Her voice suddenly freezes over. Her voice has never sounded so frail, not even after 7 months of overtime. Leaving me with a burning stare that seems to convey 1,000 words, she suddenly turns and runs towards the 11th Bureau's engineers. Even Dr. White raises an eyebrow in surprise. I give the elderly man a pleading look, one that he instantly understands. Regardless of what prompted Mei Ling to act so petulantly, I still hope that Mr. White will take good care of her. Since it's all settled, we might as well prepare for the ball tonight. As much as it still hangs in my mind, Mei Ling appears to have made her decision already. I clear the thoughts from my head and place my hand on Groza's and Krollik's shoulder to assuage their anxiety. Double blind tango. Nobody knows each other's trump cards under their masks. I'm missing something. Our mission here is still not changed, that's right. Alright, double blind tango. Nobody knows each other's trump cards under their masks. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Masquerade, paper faces in parade, masquerade, now I found you. Commander, this sure is a rare sight in the Yellow Zone. No need to repeat yourself for every single place here. The tables are draped in exquisite lace, a luxury that feels wholly out of place compared to the harshness outside. Suomi picks up the arranged cutlery and cake on the table and presents it to me. Would you like a piece? You've been looking rather tired since Mei Ling left, Commander. The chocolate garnish on the cake's cream looks incredibly rich under the moon's light, and the dessert's aroma draws my mind away from the events of a few moments ago. Suomi stands on her tippy toes, trying to deliver the cake to my mouth. Alright then, thank you. I lower my head to accept the offering from Suomi. It's only now that I notice she's wearing a mask that looks rather out of place on her. What is this? Why are you laughing at? Is it the mask? It doesn't fit me very much, does it? No, but the flower does. We discovered these masks in the gift boxes left for us in our hotel rooms. By coincidence, or otherwise, everyone managed to find masks that fit them, saving us the trouble of having to shop for them. Groza found a warning upon the bottom of the boxes, writing, "Beware of trickery." It was obvious enough that the gift giver was not the individual I thought it was, leaving plenty to chew on for the mind. Unfortunately, the present moment required my undivided attention as the banquet was about to begin. Suomi covers the mask on her face with a hand and turns to the also masked Krolik. This should be good. Oh, that's wonderful. That's amazing. It looks good on you, Miss Krolik. But, what? I don't care if it looks good on this kind of thing. The way I see it, they fit you more. Oh, really? Do they? Phew. Suomi lets out a long sigh of relief after receiving Krolik's confirmation. Oh my, looks like someone slipped through the cracks. Groza's crypt voice suddenly rings in my ears. Her familiar pair of hands fits a mask akin to theirs onto me from behind. Do I need one of these too, Groza? That's amazing looking. I turn to Groza after she's done adjusting my hair and mask. Her eyes seem to be glittering. It is only then that I remember how at home she is in such occasions. No less than she is on the battlefield. However, I've had precious few opportunities to see her like this. In the past 8 years she's been with me. Of course. Everyone else has theirs and you wouldn't want to stand out, would you? She whispers gently and naturally wraps herself around my arm. Oh, apologies. I forgot I'm supposed to be your sister today. She begins to loosen her grip around my arm, but I grasp a hold of her. That's no problem, my dear sister. Might I have a dance with you later? Groza appears rather satisfied with this roleplay. She gives me a smile so gentle I could swear she's my real sister who has taken care of me for many years. Oh, you. You know, I've never been able to turn you down after all these years. My other arm is snatched by another familiar pair of hands. In that case, dear, shall we take our seats with your esteemed sister? Laura's acting is noticeably less natural. The blushing on her face betrays her inexperience in being someone's partner. For some reason, she tugs at me and tries to drag me towards her side. Groza catches on and increases the force she's applying to me as well, putting me in a rather difficult position. But before I can make a step, a rather conspicuous man wearing no mask appears before me. He grasps a glass of wine in his hand, and his entire figure looks like it's wrapped in gold. Welcome, Lord. It is good to have you here, Selma. He approaches us with his arms expanded in an exaggerated manner, examining me from head to toe. I'm hit by the potent smell of cologne, along which embodied an invasive sort of luxury. Embodied an invasive sort of luxury. Interesting phrasing. Okay. A tailored suit, How discerning. Let me take a look. This texture isn't something easily found in the Yellow Zone at all. I like your style. I guarantee that you'll be the only star tonight. Even the lights here are brighter in your presence. No, more than a star, you are the Tomato Emperor. True to your name. He even upgraded my title for me, from King to Emperor. The title still sounds rather silly though. Is that just how brokers do it? So, are you satisfied with the arrangements here? How honest would you like me to be? Don't worry, speak your mind. I am not a humorless man. To be truthful, this is a lovely ball, but it's not quite the same as the one I enjoyed in Sardinia once in holiday. If they were to add a hydro massage pool on top, then it could be truly called a high-class banquet. I'm quite fond of this hall, though. It's hardly cramped even with this many attendees. The one who prepared this event must be experienced. Rose's attention is focused on the center of the stage. Judging from the attendees' garb, chances are that many of them are not locals of Makash like us. Oh, I can see that you are used to the Green Zone's entertainments, but the Yellow Zone have their own allure, I assure you. I can guarantee that the lack of the pool will be made up for in spades. Ask your broker friends if you do not believe me. Brokers must make the pilgrimage here to Makash, drawn as much by business opportunities as by the unparalleled luxury Makash has to offer. I've heard similar things, that Makash never lacks for business. But if I'm being frank, my friend, my deals have never been renegade on. I enjoy your confidence. As you know, Makash is one of the few settlements in Yellow Zones that can be called a trading city, which naturally attracts more visitors. You, however, shall be the most special of all of my guests. He's right. The Yellow Zone's circumstances force people to congregate together. The intermittent collapse storms, elids that strike at the most unopportune times, the Vardragger's muzzles, each a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of those living here. Survival is only possible by coming together. Congregations of misfortunate people. However, surviving is not the same as prospering. Makash's abundance is all the more impressive considering the Yellow Zone's desert-like conditions. With its radiation-blasted surface, non-existent foliage, and groundwater stuck many hundreds of meters underground. Fruit that resolutely grows out of barren soil, right? George looks at Ulrud approvingly. His mouth turns upward slightly as his pride spills forth, but not before a touch of unease slips out. Yes, exactly so. Allow me to clarify. Makash did not rise quickly. I'd prefer it if you would refer to it as a currently rising. Your ambitions must be even greater then. It is natural for so many to seek collaboration, you see. When the returns are stable, why would you not join the jolly party early enough? I do not joke when I say that many are White Zone conglomerates seeking to invest in me. That there are many, not that many. Okay. I can appreciate your aspirations. The Yellow Zones may only ever be a wasteland in the eyes of those from the White Zone. They see little difference between you, me, and those refugees. Yet it is we who grasp the true way of survival here. This place forges the strong. I knew you were someone who knew the ways of the world. In any case, I do enjoy the liveliness. If everyone seeks cooperation, then we can all have a talk together. A fine arrangement, no? He offers me a toast, and I bring my glass to meet his. I'm more interested in the menu tonight, personally. Somi and Kralik are hungry too. Why don't we go sit down? Ugh, I can't take this. Why does my character sound like a little kid? Shh, be quiet. Yes, you're right. We should get ready to sit down. Of course that can be arranged. I am here to bring you to the banquet personally. Personally again? What of your secretary from last time? Why is she not here? I look behind him. His secretary and her distinctive garb are nowhere to be seen. Got an eye on my secretary, have you? Sorry, she's not fond of overtime, even if paid. Looking at Mei-Ling. You were not like my other guests either. It is my genuine wish to take our friendship a step further. That's why I must receive you myself. You understand where I'm coming from, right? No, I'm simply looking forward to your step further. I hope that you'll remember your words when we lay down our terms later. George smiles and declines to answer. He bows slightly and gestures for us to follow. Here are the prices we can offer. Contained in this document are all the supplies we can provide and the additional processing we can facilitate. George passes everyone a checklist of goods and pricings. I spot a wide and abundant variety of materials available under numerous categories. Even his stock-taking dates and numbers are laid out clearly, with prices and the services available labeled in detail. This would indeed fulfill the doll community's requirements. If the figures here are falsified, they'd be sufficient to provide a stable supply to the doll community even if it's expanded threefold. The demands for crops here are satisfactory too. I even consider the possibility of sectioning off some more land to turn into fields. However, the sum on offer here cuts a hard deal, risking no real profits or even losses if anything goes awry with logistics. Unsurprisingly, her hand begins to tremble slightly when she sees the figures. I decide to ask for further details before she loses her grips on herself. George, have you gone over the figures here? Of course, we follow the White Zone certification standards with the utmost professionalism and rigor. His smile remains as brilliant as ever. He produces a fountain pen, noting this and that on the pages. I know that many of the Yellow Zones do not have the opportunity to receive an education, and so we've simplified the plans here into diagrams. Look here. Even the energy consumption has been taken into consideration. I think it's rather obvious we're talking about something else. I stop Rosa before she goes any further, gesturing at the number at the bottom of the checklist. For someone who's made the trip over all the way from Southern Sarn, I struggle to see any good faith in this. The pricing. I must admit that our offer might be unexciting, but this is how things are. Apologies, but it's as I said. Our products are of White Zone quality and made in the same factories as Chet Fabin. Not even I can push this price down. White Zones and the big brand names? Who cares about that stuff? I'm quite interested, actually. You cooperate with Chet Fabin? Where's Vetusa? Perhaps this is the true reason behind Makasha's poverty. Yes, and a long-term cooperation at that. We are a stable supplier for Fabin, so our goods are White Zone quality. You understand, right? That is why I can only offer you a middling price for your crops. I have high quality requirements. Alternately, you could take a step back at your asking price in direct exchange for what you need. Obviously, he has no intention of clarifying what that means. More concessions? I'm afraid we can't yield on our prices. Not only that, considering the transfer costs, I would need to triple it. George's face contorts as if struck by a hefty blow. He appears visibly shaken, though it's clearly just an act. You spoke of your ambitions, and I would love to help you achieve them, but this is a little ridiculous. I can say the same. Did you not consider the ridiculousness of your offer? I investigated the average price of produce in Makash earlier today, too. Even if you paid me 5 times this price, you would receive plenty of earnings as a supplier yourself. They pick on you for being an outsider. Let me tell you about the real prices. He pretentiously moves to take back the papers he handed us, but I smile and stop him. I would like everyone here to profit, but we must treat each other honestly. Yeah, every breaker says as much. Yet, deficits continue to appear in Makasha's finance reports. Your family is adept in agriculture, no? I have good reason to doubt your costs, too. You've seen the quality of my goods. Would you like me to seek out someone else? George scans the security present at the venue. The weapons in the hands of the Makasha swarm cannot be compared to haphazardly assembled civilian firearms, and it is apparent that he's considering coming to a deal some other way. Very well, I can consider it, under condition that another proposal for mercantile cooperation proceeds. A combined agreement? We're not here to be abducted like this. Come, dear. Let's be on our way if we can't reach an agreement. I stop the red-faced Ulrich as she suddenly raises from her chair. I continue to communicate with George, trying to see this cooperation through no matter what. Much like her, I do not enjoy added conditions. However, I believe that any suggestion from you is at least worth listening to. Of course. Once you've heard me out, you will thank me for sharing this with you. See, I have been particularly interested in dolls recently. Dolls? All the dolls sitting with me react in different ways at the mention, and Suomi fails to stay silent. Yes, dolls. Not those boring mechanical laborers in the yellow zone, but toys with neuroclouds. The civilized white and green zones even give them rights akin to mankind. The longer these beautiful things stay active, the more human-like they are, and the more valuable they are deemed to be. Unsettling, truly. His eyes glitter in the same way they did when they first met me, as if he's talking about the deal of the century. If the Kura Makasha are missing something, would it not be them? Exquisite and beautiful, with abilities and efficiencies far beyond those of humans, yet not bound by the same rules. Makasha has a dire need for such products right now. I see Ulrud ball her hand into a fist. What you have a dire need for is to repair your signal tower outside that hasn't been touched in 10 years. Are you sure that there's profit to be found here? You're not the type to involve yourself without understanding the situation, are you? In the yellow zones, the maintenance costs of such complex machines are... He only grows more and more excited as we speak, seemingly keen to settle a deal on this matter with me right here and now. Hefty, right? They're all precision instruments that use no small amount of power. But what if I said I could possess them at no cost? That would be a venture with nigh zero risk. George activates a device on the table and projects forth an image. He wasn't lying when he said that he often talks business here. The subject matter presents us with, though, is nothing but unnerving. The outskirts of Marley's power plant. I cannot tell you the exact coordinates, but I have reliable intel that there is a mass gathering of unowned dolls here. I intend to claim this place. I'm told that your family commands powerful armed forces. How about it? Makasha's current forces combined with the Sosa family? We could work together to claim these resources and develop a new industry. In the corner of my eye, Ulrid's face grows almost ashen. I understand how she's feeling, but in this moment, to speak frankly, the quality of your crops is excellent. However, fresh vegetables are far too luxurious for the people here. I would never spend such money on improving their food under normal circumstances. If you will support me in this plan, I can give you a price on your tomatoes you'll be most happy with. Think about it. There might even be some high-level models amongst those dolls that pique the interests of corporations in the white zones. George continues to put forth ideas, fanning the flames of Ulrid's fury. Her hand lightly trembles as I hold it with mine. Now. My apologies. Before I can rise to my feet, a shadow casts its shade in front of me, and I hear the sound of glasses falling over with the clatter. A scarlet-red liquid mixed with ice spills all over my clothing. How could you be so careless with our revered guest? That's a tailored suit you just ruined, I'll have you know. George reprimands the attendant with surprise on his face, but the lack of surprise in his voice and his smug smile betray his true thoughts. Is he upset that I dressed so well? I'm so sorry, Mr. George. And you, sir, I'll clean this up immediately. The attendant apologizes as she anxiously wipes away at my stained clothes with a towel. But she only makes the alcohol spread as she wipes, making my appearance even more unkempt. I think the sudden movement I made to stand up might have scared the attendant pouring wine for me, which causes her to spill the wine all the more over my suit. Thankfully, that incident snapped me back to reality too. It's alright, I'll do it myself. That won't do, I'll prepare a change of clothes for you immediately. Just a moment, please. Why does the attendant's voice sound so familiar? Haven't we... The attendant swiftly gathers her things and runs off before I can finish my question. Groza, take care of Ulrich for me. Krolik, I'll see Suomi with you. Understood. The ball's not over. Won't you stay a while longer? Unfortunately, the dress code here is exceptionally strict. I worry that if you step away in such a state, the Oathsworn responsible for security will get in your way. His tone is overwhelmingly apologetic, but I sense that deep down he would love to see me embarrassed. You're right. In that case, I'll have to go and get taken care of. I'll have to ask you to take care of my family in my place. I gesture at the still expanding stain on my clothes. George leaves it at that and allows me to leave. I move quickly to try and chase after that attendant. Capture her. Hold on. I end up moving quite a significant distance from the dining table without realizing it. I only spot the attendants once I approach the dance floor, her silhouette distinct amidst the crowd of people clad in formal attire. So insistent on me, even with so many people by your side. There's no doubt this voice is someone I'm familiar with. I stay on her tail and eventually arrived at an area thronged with guests. The clamoring around me grows, and the Oathsworn and security appear to notice something and prepare to move. Isn't that what you wanted? You were so cold and distant, Commander. It was the only choice left to make you notice me. I fend off the other guests gesturing at me with nods, but my attention remains fully focused on her. What do you mean? Well, that's a secret. What I can only tell you when my lips are right next to your ears. She turns around without another word and continues to leave. Hey, a video. Is that my red suit? Her appearance reminds me of the assassin from Spike's family. What's her name? As DSR-50 leaves, I mull over what she's left with me. A key with an unknown purpose and the coordinates she lightly mutters straight into my ear. What's the matter? I stick out like a sore thumb on the dance floor by myself, and the Oathsworn quickly latch onto me as DSR-50 slips through their fingers. It's nothing. I've got a spill on me that I need to take care of. After dealing with the Oathsworn on patrol, I find a set of clothing of my size is left by someone in the dressing room. Among the clothes is a simple note, making it obvious that these have been left for me. I return to the hall with a brisk walk after making myself presentable again. George welcomes me back with a smile. I'm told they ran into an Oathsworn. You should have listened to me. In no mood to explain my experience to him, I slowly begin to speak after ensuring that Ulrich and Groza are still safe. I thought it over, George. The conditions you propose, especially those latter ones, are indeed tempting. Dear. I stop her with a gesture of the hand. A wise decision. George appears pleasantly surprised. However, we still need to discuss amongst ourselves. We'll be staying here for the time being before we come to a decision. You may entertain yourselves here as much as you like. Makash has more than enough in store to satisfy your every need. Very well, following today's survey, I'd say the prospects for vegetable sales here may not be so promising. A notable trade zone Makash may be, but its people still seem to go hungry. I offer him a toast, but he furrows his brow somewhat, as if he's been jabbed at. Whatever makes you happy. I still have other guests to receive today. I won't be sending you off. Come, Groza. Make sure that everyone's following. Received. I hear Groza speak in a different, deeper voice the moment I turn to leave. It appears that he has yet to find that strange woman. Red Onion. She whether she wills it or not. She is compelled to recall it anyway. She whether... I don't know why the first she is there. It'd be better to say whether she wills it or not, she's compelled to recall it anyway. That's good. Oh my gosh. I've done what, like a third? 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I've done less than a third. This is the place? DSR-50's intel says as much, yes. Actually, let me get a second. We find an excuse to leave the ball for Port's conclusion. George fails to locate DSR-50 before we leave, and we quickly arrive at the coordinates provided under the cover of night. Looks just like a normal factory. The factory appears perfectly mundane and unimpressive from the outside. Its internal workings are impossible to deduce with the high-voltage electric fence surrounding its perimeter. The intel is sound, right? Commander, who exactly is this DSR-50 you speak of? To put it simply, she was a co-worker of sorts when I was in Griffin. Unsurprisingly, mistrust remains in Groza's tone. With no memories of her time at Griffin, I had to tell her about the bare basics. It's just, we haven't heard from her in 10 years. Commander, I'm worried. I understand how you're feeling. After all, I couldn't find any trace of her affiliation that day. And she said very little else. I can't be sure whether her goals are either. It was definitely quite the pain to find her. No matter what, it's always better to have intel. Even if it's fake. Fake intel has its purpose too. It can still lead to a breakthrough if we're well utilized. I'd like to scope out this place before we talk more about cooperation. We'll do what we need to if it's necessary. If we can figure out what Glorish is hiding, a win-win for us, both of us and the residents of Makash might not be out of the question. Anyhow, let's make our way in, Commander. Please stay behind me as much as possible. Groza grasped the key I received from DSR-50, attempting to use it on the security system at the entrance. The security system allowed us through, and with a series of notification sounds, Groza takes point to rush through the door and into the factory. Ulrich, come with me. We'll follow Groza. Suomi Krolik, watch the outside. Contact us immediately if anything happens. Time is tight. We've got no way of knowing how long our access will last. So uncovering whatever hidden intel is contained here as soon as possible is our first priority. Understood. Yes, Commander. Yeah, I know. Get in there already. The temperature of the interior is notably different from the outside. And a control panel on the wall shows that the insides are being kept at a consistent 18 degrees Celsius. The factory's regulations and procedures were emphasized to us many times as we entered, even though we had no intention of observing them. Over here, Commander. That's... I follow Road's gaze and spot a mechanical arm packing transparent bottles. There are countless such production lines on the factory floor which spans many thousands of square meters. This looks to be a factory of pharmaceuticals? Is this how drugging everybody? I bet that's what it is. A very significant one at that. I had to look at the delivery dockets on the control panel over there. And these are going to Chef Fabin. Oh, that's even crazier. I flip through the shelves next to me, and I find ingredients barrels marked with Fabin's logo arranged in tidy rows. The screens nearby display quality inspection reports that appear incredibly professional. I didn't think George was being truthful about everything he said last night. Ulrich, look for production logs. Already found it. I'm reading through them now. I approach the production lines with Groza to try and discern the contents of the bottles. Commander, these trademarks are indeed Chef Fabin's. No wonder this place manages to make something himself. No one would be lacking for funds and cooperating consistently with the big White Sun corporations. Any way to tell what the contents are? Not at the moment, at least. These are most likely special supply pharmaceuticals, unlike anything we've seen before. Take 2 bottles of samples. I'm sure we'll be able to figure out something once we get back. Check the stock matching rate while you're at it. Understood. As Groza and Ulrich busy themselves examining the produced material and production logs, I begin to walk towards the hydraulic press behind the cold storage unit. I'm going to have a look over here. You continue with those searches. After receiving a response, I make a straight line for the area behind the storage unit. As expected, a secret path is hidden behind the hydraulic press. As I descend the hidden path, I find no secret base or warehouse, but an entrance to the sewers instead. That's kind of weird. That's not something worth hiding behind machinery. I turn around towards the cold storage control panel. I don't have any dolls skilled in hacking with me, but the thought of DSR-50's intel suddenly pops into my head. Well, might as well try the... Surprisingly, the control panel opens with a turn. It seems DSR-50 prepared a temporary key for me, because the key doesn't have an employee name tied to it. Let's see what real secrets lie inside. Just as I focus on examining the contents, Lord's excited voice rings out. Commander, I found some dirt on the production logs. What is it? I emerge from the cold storage and go over to Ulrich. A series of numbers are marked on the production log Ulrich is examining. The lights above us illuminate the pages as we flip through them, making the marks harder to see. This log might as well be left dead. This log might as well be elite left especially for us. The ingredient consumption and total output doesn't match up. The difference is massive. And there's another thing. This might not be important, but the employee data here is a little odd. Only a little? The turnover rate is rather high, though it might not be due to the high population yellow zone. It might be due to the high population yellow zone and the size of this factory. With the amount of people coming in, this factory employs around 500 people in total. I'll bet they're getting addicted on drugs and then going crazy. 500. But we haven't seen a single one all this time. Well, there's also that fact. I suddenly remember something, and I call out to Groza as she finishes the task at hand. Groza, do you remember we saw earlier? Most of the production here. is automated by machinery. Where are the workers, then? Another thought comes to my mind. I saw a list of names early in the cold storage. Ulrid, come have a look. Do any of these names look familiar to you? I haven't got through all of it yet, but there's almost a perfect overlap with those employees who have left their positions here. What's this list of? It's not written on it, but there's data beneath the names. We should take a copy of it just in case. Are they the ingredients? Make it fast. We could be seen here at any moment. Understood. Have you checked the contractual manufacturing license? I asked for an update from Grozon as Ulrid proceeds with the copying the list. I have. This place is indeed registered as a pharmaceutical factory. If the records here are indeed what they say they are, then collapsed radiation vaccines should be on the production lines here. If we look down at the products we took off the line just a moment ago, no matter how you look at them, they're nowhere close to vaccines. Groza, what are the odds that they are actually special supply vaccines by your estimation? It's not quite 0%, but no more than 10% either. Oh, thank goodness. I'm not the only one who thinks this place is off. Considering Ulrid's discoveries just a moment ago, I pick up the bottle on the table again. What are you planning, Commander? I don't make a fuss, and I hand the medicine to Groza, considering how worried she is. Relax, I'm not going to put it in my mouth. I asked Mei Ling to make this for me previously. I demonstrated its usage simply. Groza leans quickly, and she pays careful attention to the vapors as she inserts the medicine in the device that I brought. Unsurprisingly, some of the contents are unidentifiable, but from what we can analyze, it's similar too. The substance ignites a certain deja vu in Groza. She observes it closely in detail without a hint of fear, and she even removes a portion of it from the packaging. Similarly is perhaps not the way to put it. A partial familiarity would be more accurate. A considerable amount of Eridus was seized in the amusement park after we rescued Florence, and this substance before us is stunningly similar to that. It's Eridus, right? Flower power! Just as I find myself surprised at how in sync Groza and I are, I find a strange look on Groza's face. No. It's the look I've seen before. Her eyes drop in and out of focus. It's a clear sign that her neural cloud is overloading, like it's about to crash. It would be difficult for her to even answer a simple question in her current state. Red. 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 There's no time to think. If something were to happen to Groza here... No, that's not something I'll allow. Wake up, Groza. What's going on? Groza. The answer I was expecting doesn't come from Groza, but the ear-splitting shriek of an alarm. What's happening? We've got an emergency. The factory security found us. I look at the access control system. Everything there seems normal, and there's no indication that we have breached it. In contrast, a huge red warning light is flashing over at Ulrid's end. Sure enough, our attempt to copy the data has triggered the alarm. The sound of footsteps approach from afar. There's approximately 10 of them, judging by the sound. I look down at Groza again. Her lips tremble gently, like she might returning to normal. Commander, it's Red Onion. My final mission. What? The name of the specter haunting Groza becomes clear. I think I remember. Her voice trembles, but not with excitement. It's evident from the empty look in her eyes that she's already thoroughly incapable of processing anything. I need to take Groza back as soon as possible. Okay, I got it. Don't stress too much, Groza. I'll listen to you in detail when we get back to the hotel. There's no time, Commander. Enemies are half a minute out. Okay. Ulrid, tell Suomi and Krog to wait for orders and prepare to retreat at any moment. Leave it to me. Groza, can you fight? She turns stiffly towards the sound of my voice, and she opens and closes her mouth in an attempt to try and answer me. Even getting a single answer out is a tremendous task for her. I can. She shakes incessantly. I don't know what she's remembering or what she's seeing, but in the dark depths of her eyes lies helplessness, confusion, and the will to resist. It took a massive effort for Groza just to utter those 2 words. Immediate retreat is our best option. Prepare for combat. Create an opportunity to retreat. Orders received. Commander! Get in! It's good to see you're all okay. Groza, what did you remember? I help her into the car. I place her in a comfortable position and try to ask her about what happened. It's clear that she's in no condition to do anything. It must have been a real struggle for her to push through a battle in that condition. I can't help but feel worried. Sorry, Groza. It's alright if you don't want to answer. Have a good rest and save your energy for the next battle at least. No, Commander. She struggles to speak. What is it? Blood. What? Her hands quiver. Blood on my hands. My body. It's all blood. The smell. Gunpowder. I can clearly feel everyone in the car catch their breath as these words. You're seeing things. There's nothing on your hands. Calm down, Groza. I don't want that anymore. I don't know what's going on. No, Commander. Commander, get away. I'm dangerous. Dangerous? I stare at her face, hoping to peer into what she's seeing in her mind. Her eyes are filled with terror as her hands shake constantly. The illusion of something on her hands taking over. All I can do is tightly clasp her hands in the hopes that her condition will stabilize. Listen to me, Groza. No matter what you're seeing, none of it is real. Commander. Commander. She stops answering me and only grasps onto my hand tightly. She gradually relaxes before she falls into peaceful sleep on my shoulder. I know the most about Groza's situation out of anyone. For a long time, despite her best efforts, her Noah Cloud has been in turmoil. She's good at keeping herself together, but I can hardly just sit and watch. Part of the reason I brought her out was so that she could relax a little. More importantly... Boom. Groza's resolve back then was so stark and absolute, but she would never reveal anything to me no matter how I asked her afterwards. Now a possibility reveals itself. Danger. Just what did Groza experience with Red Onion? There's no way I'm going to leave her like this by herself, especially if the reason is over something like that. I'm sorry for making you remember those unpleasant things, Groza. I just wanted to take you shopping and buy you the things you liked. I wanted to have a dance together, like we did in the past. Even if she might not be able to hear me, I mutter lightly. She doesn't answer. You've done well this time, Groza. We'll first go back to the hotel, then we'll look into what you wanted to know about. Suomi, let's get going. Quickly, tell the boss that the commander's found out. Stay quiet while you're being treated. I'll help you recover. Not like Mr. George will give you a performance bonus for thinking about such things when you're like this. Mr. George, it's me, Thea. Yes, your esteemed guest has found out, but I can't be sure how much they already know. However, I did discover they took away production logs, delivery dockets, production license, and 2 bottles of red onion. So they are like just turning people into medicine of some kind, right? Am I not going crazy? Thea's emotionless face twitches almost imperceptibly when she hears the responses from the other end of the call. Her left brow raises ever so slightly, like the shift of a single pixel in a video game. Would you like that to be carried out now? No, I have no objection. I would like to remind you, however, that I have less than an hour left in my workday. You would like me to take care of this within an hour? She just subconsciously runs her hands over an accessory she wears. In comparison to her usual demeanor, this act is almost ridiculously cute. She appears to calculate something for a moment. She gives a definite answer after a few seconds. Yes, I understand. 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. Drug-fueled dive. The shadow of a pill separates an illusion of joy from painful enslavement. So, to avoid the Elsworn's pursuit, we race along the road after escaping the factory. Wow, Commander! It's Makash's Elsworn. Are we wanted here too? Something would be way off if they weren't on our tail, considering the story made at the factory. Shake them off. Commander, is this really alright? We may as well just get it over with. We've already gotten to the smashing and fighting. There's no way we can avoid them forever. It's a shame about the crops we brought here, though. I don't know if the deal is still gonna go through. You're still thinking about that? I don't think it'd be more obvious that everything's gone down the drain. But isn't that why we came here? The tomatoes didn't do anything wrong. They're just being tomatoes. Suomi furrows her brow in a sulky manner, as if sad on behalf of those beautifully cultivated vegetables. Commander. The brief period of rest seems to have done her good. As weak as Groza still appears to be, she's at least capable of speaking with me normally now. I'm here, Groza. We'll be arriving soon. A foreign signal introduces itself to our communication systems. Remember me, Commander? DSR 50. Yeah, it's good that you remember me, Commander. That's DSR 50. I go by Lauralee now, Commander. I'd like you to refer to me by that name, if possible. Very well. Lauralee, I went to the factory you told me about. George has likely been informed of our trespassing, and I'm quite certain that I'm a wanted criminal with Makash now. You say wanted, but you sound as composed as always. You are experienced in escaping the authorities, after all. Don't put it like that. I don't know what your goals are, but you saw this coming when you gave me the intel, right? In return, you're gonna have to give me all the intel you have on George. I was the one who made the call, yet you're being so assertive. My, you've changed after leaving me behind for 10 years. I can't say I mind, though. Yes, you're right. Get it out of your system. Later. I will... The call suddenly begins to break down before I can hear what Lauralee has to say. Hey! A sudden series of explosions cut the call short before it finishes. I knew this would happen. None would ever know how desperately I wanted to hear that or finish that sentence at the moment. Careful, Commander. What's going on? There's a madman behind us, trying to blow up this entire street. Wait, Commander, there's more than one person over there. The Elsworn? They're already bringing out explosives. I can't be sure. My experience says they could be a normal riot. You're already thinking about violence here in the norm? Is the norm? No, those robbers before wouldn't have access to these weapons. If these people here were often at war, shouldn't there be a high demand for tomatoes and purple sweet potatoes? To be processed in military rations? That's what you're thinking about? Commander, your orders. Don't push yourself, Groza. Stay close to me. Bullets whiz by at blinding speed. The formerly raucous market instantly dissolves into chaos as sparks cover the entire street, consuming everything with a price tag on it. A grenade from somewhere explodes not far away. No care for their own city's streets. Commander, look out behind you. Behind us is an armed force that I almost cannot make out. They're approaching in several vehicles, and they're less than 2,000 meters away. Prepare for combat, everyone. Groza. I will go. Can't be helped. Ulrid, support her. Yes, on it. What the shit is this? I like this thing. Yeah, that's cool. It kind of reminds me of the Destiny 2 bosses. They have their 4 energy shields floating around them at all times. That'll feel kind of short. Phase transition point. The accumulation of tiny variables is enough to trigger a catastrophic shift. Is it over? Let me make sure. Smoke permeates through the area, filling the space where people were just a few moments ago. Yes, be careful. Shouldn't we get out of here as soon as possible? Yes, but I'd like to figure out whose orders these people are operating under. Huh. I'll keep watch. Hurry up, Commander. I chamber my pistol again and slowly approach the fallen enemies. Weird. What did you find? No wonder I keep getting this sense of deja vu while you're fighting. I pat them down, but I'm unable to find any signs of affiliation. The weapons they wield, however, contain technology from the White Zones. I think back to the Chet Fabin logo we saw in the factory. A simple cooperative relationship wouldn't necessitate this degree of support. Not to mention... Commander, I'm alright. Let me help. Don't worry about me. Go look for any wounded residents nearby and call for help. It's strange, isn't it? The Yosarm were on the scene pretty quickly this time. Why are they still not here? Perhaps the answer lies in the objects before me. I try another body and search again. Commander! This one feels different to the touch. Sorry about this. Scatter! This one managed to slip through. They gripped my hand so tightly after pulling the pin on the grenade that my joints begin to creak. All I can do is tell the dolls to spread out. 10 seconds. Looks like I made it. Groza, what are you doing? There's more smoke than actual explosives. That's a stun grenade. Quickly, they want the commander. The faraway voices become indistinct. The only thing left in my world is the blurred face of this one remaining enemy. It's you? 3. I finally wrestle the grenade from her grasp as she continues to 3, throwing it away as far as I can. The explosion goes off almost right hereafter, and it throws everything into chaos. I feel a pair of female arms suddenly lifting me upwards. I instinctively move to free myself, but I suddenly hear a familiar voice. My adorable sister, work's done. Time to clock off. I suddenly remember what Grode said. Got an eye on my secretary, have you? Sorry, she's not fond of overtime, even if paid. Is it over? I think I heard a weird voice just now. No time for that. Where's the commander? Ulrid looks on in disbelief. That enemy had disappeared along with the commander in a puff of smoke, like some sort of magic trick. What? Commander, where are you? She fails to hide the panic in her voice as she stumbles back and forth across the battlefield. She searches and searches, looking for any trace of the commander. Commander, if you can hear me, please respond. Suomi, expand the search radius. Yes. Commander, please respond. Groza tries the last communications channel available to her as the search remains fruitless. The only answer she receives is a deafening silence. Commander? Commander? The silence she receives in return only amplifies the turmoil in her already unstable neural cloud. Commander, please come in. Commander. Rosa, calm down. It was me. I failed to protect the commander. Leader, it's not your fault from the very start. Yes. My neural cloud was never stable. If I never came into contact with Red Onion. No, it's not due to that at all. I knew that I've never been able to protect the commander. I should have known long ago. I can't protect the commander at all. I'll only ever cause him trouble. I remembered it all clearly now. I remember how I hurt those people. But I wanted the commander's warmth for myself. I stopped thinking and settled down by the commander's side, which has led to all of this. The thought that she should have disappeared long ago reverberates through Groza's mind. No, Miss Groza, that's not what Miss Krolik meant. But even someone like me, uncontrollable, dangerous, and full of hidden dangers, with blood-stained hands, was always treated kindly by the commander. It was the commander who saved me. Those gentle hands once lifted me up from the ruins. Groza, why are you here? What's that smell? Well, it's no problem, you don't want to run checks on your frame. Just leave the tasting business to me. He took my hand again and again, until he filled up my empty self with memories of him. Oh, right, Groza. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Even though we only have 3 people on the Elmo right now, in the future, I might end up recruiting more dolls onto our team. Therefore, I'd like you to become the leader of our doll contingent. You'd like to see the sunrise again? Yeah, it's not often that you're in the good of mood. Alright, I'll keep you company tonight. Groza, as long as you want me to, I'll find the truth for you someday. Without the commander, I can't. The street begins to spin. In contrast to the sheer fullness of the memories of the past 10 years in the depths of her neural cloud, the street before her appears completely empty. She stumbles a few steps further. No matter how she tries to steady herself, the feeling of disorientation in her neural cloud keeps dragging her down. There were many times when she wanted to leave in fear of hurting the commander the same way she hurt others. But now the commander's missing, Groza feels the sky crashing down on her. Just as she's about to crumple to the ground, a pair of hands reach out to steady her by her left shoulder. Groza, I know you're being hit while you're down, but we need to retreat right now, even without the commander. Laura's voice is trembling slightly too. Not far away, the sound of vehicles is approaching. Clearly more enemies are on their way. Big sis, I finished the search, but I couldn't find this commander. What do we do if we can't find the commander? Don't say those depressing things. This place is only so big. We'll find the commander even if we get to start digging straight down. Groza, Suomi, Krolik, I promise you that I'll find the commander. But we need to get out of here before we can call for help. We'll only be able to find the commander if we remain free to take action. Yes, big sis. There's no more time for hesitation or explanations. Explorations and explanations. The sound of enemy footsteps and bullets being chambered happen in quick succession. Krolik, take care of Groza. Hold on tight, leader. There's nothing more important than getting everyone back safely. At least for now. Everyone, prepare to retreat. At least 5 members are needed. No. Get there. Underground titration. Is it titration? What does that word mean? 1 second. Titration meaning. Merriam-Webster. Titration, a method or process of determining the concentration of a dissolved substance in terms of the smallest amount of reagent known of a known concentration required to bring about a given effect and reaction with a known volume of the test solution. Okay. First known use, 1859. A method or process of determining the concentration of a dissolved substance in terms of the smallest amount of reagent of known concentration required to bring about a given effect. Okay, got it. Underground titration. Within the vessels of the city's lifebloods, drops of irrational reagent are subtly shifting the course of the entire reaction. Yeah? The worksite is a sewer? Don't worry, it's not as bad as you imagined. Makash's infrastructure is rather unique, so our work can only take place here. Mei Ling's mind returns to what Dr. White said to the commander yesterday. Makash's sun only reaches its surface, but its roots deep in the earth still need light to grow, even if that light is borrowed. I see now. Her mind then moves on to how the commander behaved in the day, and her mood takes a bit of a dip. Still feeling down because of what the commander said. Eh? You've been out of sorts since yesterday. What is it? No, that's not it at all. Well, who else could it be? The way he spoke sounded like I'm not important at all. No one will be happy to hear that. Is that how you understood it? Were you expecting the commander to try and keep you where you were, or did you want him to make the decision for you? What exactly was she hoping for? She lowers her head to contemplate the question, and she also slows her pace subconsciously. I don't know. Rather than not knowing, it's more that she doesn't want to contemplate it. After living together with the commander all these years, she understood that the commander is someone that would only ever grow more distant. We're here. Huh. Mei Ling is taken aback by the sight before her. Amidst an underground labyrinth made up of colossal cement pipes, putrid wastewater sputters from the shattered alloy tubes. Above it all sits a completely isolated conveyor system, intact and functioning despite its visible age. An underground logistics tunnel. Worry not. Its position and protective measures are especially designed for this place. The wastewater won't come into contact with the conveyor even in the flooding season. We might not be so privileged, though. And make sure you put on your PPE. And what is that? Just some kind of suit? Yes. Mei Ling steps on the elevator after ensuring that she's properly protected. These things can be built in the sewers? The elevator ascends approximately 10 meters, and it arrives at an inoperable centrifuge with machine remnants jammed between its blades. Why can't they be? Dr. White passes a wrench to Mei Ling. She taps at the centrifuge's base and tries to lift open a cover. I just can't help but feel that this place is way too complicated, just like a giant's innards. An interesting simile. Well, as you've seen, the veins that once controlled the flow of its life have decayed. Makash is falling behind the times in this aspect. Why are the sewers so complicated anyways? Are you surprised? Typically, sewers are responsible for wastewater treatment, flood management, and resource cycling. However, Makash's sewers have been specially designed. They have been vital to this city from its very birth. You saw them when you entered the city, didn't you? Those buildings connected to the sewers? Yeah, that massive dam. Still in good condition, too. It shielded the city from collapse storms, right? Ah, so these sewers were part of the original flood control system. Then this giant underground city grew along these arteries? Correct. The radiation shielding's main actuation systems are here. This place also handles electricity supply and ventilation. Is that really so? I'm afraid you're losing me here a little here. If these are the city's arteries, then why haven't we been maintained and upgraded like the upper layers? No, wait. The upper layers aren't anywhere close to well maintained either, other than those glitzy commercial areas. Is the planning not completed yet? Judging from the layout of these pipelines, they should be part of something encompassing the entire city. What sort of person do you think planned and designed these structures? Mei Ling takes another look at the complex machinery still functioning in the water, raising her head with confusion. Oh, it's all rather confusing. There's clear attention to detail in the design, but everything's been left unfinished. Someone very eccentric, I would think. Different people view him many different ways. Calling him eccentric isn't necessarily wrong. To me, he's a fine engineer and an idealist with passion in his heart. Do you know him well? I suppose I do, yes. He studied under me for a brief period of time. He went right back to Makash after he was done studying, though. Couldn't keep him even if I wanted to. He'd be off immediately, trying to put to use the moment he learned anything. If not for him, this project in Makash might never have begun in the first place. You don't mean Mr. George, do you? Dr. White only shakes his head with a smile, giving no direct answer. If George were not here, he might very well be in that position. Oh, really? That's quite impressive. Mei Ling silently thinks to herself that if the talks between George and the commander don't go smoothly, then perhaps this engineer who designed a sewer system this complex could be a way forward. He's not a part of Makash's management anymore, though what he's worked on has aged just as everything else does. And now I have to clean up his mess at my ripe old age. What do you mean, ripe old age? You're still young. Oh, you. I do have to say that I'm still curious. What is someone like him up to now? It just so happens that I plan to go and see him later. You can come along if you're interested. Really? May I? May I, Ling? We'll have to speed up then. Chatting on the job is allowed, but slacking is not. You expect too little of me, sir. We're only one step away. Wei Ling pulls out a clump of fibers stuck to the fan blades, and Dr. White immediately plugs a chip into the control panel. The alarm! What did you put in the control panel? A little surprise. Think of it as a little gift I have for that boy. Alright, that's taken care of. We've got a little bit of trouble coming up next. I don't have very much combat experience, though. Don't worry, it's just some old, abandoned, broken down automatons. It would be embarrassing not to be able to handle these things as a mechanic. You mean... I know of a shortcut that these things won't follow us through. So we're running away anyways? Are you gonna be okay, old man? Didn't you say I was young just a moment earlier? Well, that was weird. That whole set of events was interesting. Resonance Protocol. Different frequencies, all harmonizing at this moment, creating a resonance that brings down the high tower. From the current perspective, the technology in these files is indeed outdated. There's nothing of us use here other than the cheap materials for light pipes. It's already quite impressive that you can glean this from decades-old books. No need to look so dejectedly, Vasily. You know how things are in the L-Zones. These books might very well be older than me. Still, it took me a tremendous effort to scrounge them up from Light Settlement. Reading and verifying them took quite some time, too. Oh, but I do have to say, the face of the young man named Vasily immediately lights up with hope, and the melancholy from a moment ago is nowhere to be seen. It's fantastic that I met you. I plan to record my experiences in a few new books. Then, what I've learned can be passed down if any people have need of it in the future. Still not used to life here. The opposite, too used to it. There's so much good food, there's my favorite whatever, noodles and spicy ramen, and even the fried chicken is better here. To be honest, I'd stay here my whole life if I could. I could leave a spot in the 8th Division for you, but you might have to work for another 3 to 4 years before I can request special permission for you. You've been good to me, but I have to go back to Mikosh. It's my home. All that time buttering me up with all that... There's still a but waiting for me at the end. You weren't there back then. The entire place is nearly picked clean by Elid. The light leaves Vasily's eyes again as he thinks back to his escape. Before Vasily escaped Mikosh, the place was nothing short of hell on Earth. No, perhaps being born and growing up in the Yellow Zone places you in hell already. I've always wondered whether it was the coward, the deserter. Burdened with barren soil and an inhospitable environment, those living here have to fend off the Elid menace while still suffering from collapsed radiation exposure. However, the value of human resilience and unity shines through in these circumstances. Small settlements eventually form in the Yellow Zone, offering assistance in a united front against the Elids. Most of the time, Elids move by their lonesome, but what if they begin to move in groups as well? 2 years ago, the settlement as part of Mikosh was attacked by a massive horde of Elids. We lost many people. Too many. Even worse, the disaster they've brought wasn't momentary. Elid spread like the plague, and it spread through Makosh. Sorry. I was powerless to do anything for our sick family and friends back then. What could bring more despair than being made to watch powerlessly as darkness descends? Oh, luckily or not, I was never infected. My friend suggested that rather than sit and wait for death to claim us, we should send out someone reliable to seek a way out for everyone. Back then, my entire family. No, not just my family. Those with nowhere to leave willingly sold their deceased bodies to Paradius and the brokers to carve a way out for me and everyone else with their lives. I managed to make it out with what supplies we could scrape together, and the glass pieces brought at the cost of everyone's lives. You want to go back to save them? Vassal's mouth twitches, and he forces himself to smile bitterly. Save. No, I don't deserve that. Even something like help would be a gross overreach for me. If we really had to put it some way, then this is just the debt I owe. All of them. Those who helped me back then, they're probably not with us anymore. I will, unfortunately, never be able to pay back what I owe. But Makosh still stands, and their children might still be in peril. At the very least, I will do what I can for those kids, and those still alive. Dr. White sighs. He's considered saying something, but in the end, he only pats Vasili's shoulder. Don't push yourself too hard. Will you tell me what you plan to do there? I want to build Makosh's radiation shielding. And I've always wanted to design heavy machinery for myself. The goals align. Many want the same thing. But I want more than just machinery. I want a moving fortress, capable of fending off the Yellow Zone's elids and executing complex underground rescue operations. I want to shield the people of Makosh from the storms. The help I've received cost many lives to realize. I want to carry it on and turn that sacrifice into a power that protects Makosh forever. Do you need a temporary support group? You would do that for me? Thank you. Oh, I'll have to write a letter immediately and tell George about the good news. You're hardly giving me a chance to reconsider my words. Is George the one you write to most often? A brother of yours? More or less. He's my best friend. It was his idea to look for outside help in the first place. He's so more ideas than me. And I'd like to find out what he's discovered recently. Durant's Synchrony. Solid alliances are often born behind doors. Durance is a literary or archaic noun that primarily means imprisonment, captivity, or forcible confinement. Okay. Because they did catch the commander, so I guess I'm the one imprisoned. Big Sis, I've already contacted everyone in the doll community. Tell Litara and Rosalind to stay behind in case of emergency. Baltilde, Lota, and Dushevnia should make their way here immediately to assist our operations. Yes. Karlik, have you gotten in touch with Mei Ling? Not yet. We can't be sure where she is exactly at the moment. Normal communications aren't working. And the commander is the same. I haven't received any information about him. Then, how are things on the Elmo? We've reached them, but, well, the news has spread quickly. Apart from the Echelon and the Elmo, the Doll Squads independently carrying out missions have already been informed and are on their way. Are 404 and Sukuro also on the move? Yeah. That's fine, as long as we can find the commander. Nothing is too much. Grozo's suppressed voice comes through like a quivering force through clenched teeth. It sounds completely unlike anything conventionally made by a vocalization module. What are you planning? Have them search area by area once they've arrived. We'll need manpower for this. As for us, we might have to use some clumsy, difficult methods. Her gaze doesn't focus on Ulrich or anyone else present. Instead, she seems to stare off into the distance, into nothing in particular. You're not going to barge in and just ask George directly, are you? Why not? He's the one that caused all this, obviously. That's the only option available to us at the moment. He definitely knows something. We have to get something from him, even if it'll cost him his life. If it comes down to it, we'll even turn Mikosh upside down if we have to. Her hand reaches towards her weapon almost instinctively. On another day, she would only be on this much on edge moments before launching an assault. Miss Groza, I can't help but feel like you're not how you normally are. Really? Calm yet restless, cautious but impulsive, and also intent on killing. The gentleness and fortitude from yesterday is nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only the eyes of a killer. Don't overthink it, Suomi. Let's focus on finding the commander. George has yet to make an appearance ever since the commander's gone missing. We'll need to smoke him out. This is an important place for George's business talks. He can avoid appearing for a day or two, but he can't stay hidden forever. This is not a good idea. But you're still preparing for combat, aren't you? The Oathsworn stand guard not far away. Behind them is the hotel where George held his ball. Never thought I'd become part of the unrest here. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? There's a blind spot towards 3 o'clock. Good. Prepare to move. Mr. George, or whoever, it's me, Thea. I've come to report on the issues relevant to the Mech Commander. Apologies, Mr. George, rashness was a failure on my part. However, that commander has already discovered Red Onion. Yes, understood. To you, Mikosh is just a dessert, after a meal that you can do without. I will do everything I can to help Mr. George navigate this affair. Her hand latches on to her accessory again. She pauses for around half a second, then she begins to speak again with hesitation. Sir, about my sister. I mean, Gaia. The call ends before she can finish. Her busy superior appears to have no time for her questions. Her first attempt to add personal emotions into her work communications had failed. If she had any, that is. Miss Thea, they're here again. Thea remains motionless as always. She only takes another look at the time. I've made sure that there's at least some time before your working hours end. Understood. Send 2 squads to support before I come take care of it. Do not allow them to disrupt Mr. George. Yes. Just in case, check out with the commanders again. This is Task Force Squad 2. Mission's progressing smoothly. Target has been captured. ETA underground complex about 70 minutes. Of course, I guarantee I'll have good news for you. Reunion Covenant. Rebuild each other with trust as the foundation. Of course, I guarantee I'll have good news for you. The others on the vehicle seem to pick up on something from the conversation, and they all turn towards their superior on the line. I sigh as their gazes slide off me. Apart from me, there are countless other carefully packaged parcels taking up the space, preventing me from properly stretching my limbs. Any new instructions from Miss Thea? She just picked up. She just wanted to check up on the mission progress. We will progress as normal. What are you staring at me for? Give me an ETA. Like you said, approximately 70 minutes, but there are elids up ahead, so we may need to be delayed by around a half an hour. She begins to hum to herself a little upon hearing the response. She might have noticed my tired gaze on her because she throws me a beguiling look through her protective visor. I want to give her an affirmation of our future cooperation, but the bizarre circumstances force me to ignore this ludicrous act of hers. A call from Thea begins to ring on another squad member's terminal. What's going on? Oh my, Miss Thea is so overly cautious. Why does she trust me so little? She cuts off the connection in a timely manner before the call goes through. Everyone present catches on to the abnormality and trains their weapons at her. Who are you? She's not one of ours. Stop the car, we have an intruder. She no longer needs to care about her gear with her identity now exposed. Lauralee, who clearly wasn't fond of her disguise anyways, swiftly discards it and reveals the dress underneath, the very same one that I saw at the banquet. Seriously, she reminds me so much of the mom from Spy X Family. What's her name anyways? For Spy X Family mom. Oh, Dawnforger, that's what it was. Thea really is vigilant. I wanted to keep this act up to the very end. Commander, I stuck in here for your sake. Help me out, won't you? Just show her under real quick. Just because. Commander, we've been spotted. What should we do? More like you were the one who were caught and they were always planning to capture me anyways, right? Wouldn't it be more fun to work with me rather than be arrested by them, though? How do you like my Princess Carrie? Let's take care of this ASAP. Prepare for battle. Please look forward to our personal private time together, then. In that case. Oh, strange. Thea gets an odd feeling as the call is suddenly cut off. The sensation quickly fades as her call is immediately returned. Miss Thea, this is Task Force Squad 2. Lauralee gathers all the enemy's communication terminals and calls back immediately. Mission successful thus far. ETA to underground complex, 60 minutes. Yes, I've upped the location to you. The call just now? My apologies. We encountered some elites as expected. Yes, it's been taken care of. Please rest assured. Laura casually stows away the terminal on her person, even though there doesn't seem to be anywhere to put it. Your disguise worked out nicely this time. Was all of this part of your plan? It took Thea quite some effort to lead this squad into position to capture you. Of course she'd be careful. It was only a matter of time before she got into contact and exposed us. I figured I might as well take advantage of the atmosphere here to remind your body of me, Commander. She approaches me and leans down, presenting quite the inappropriate view in front of me. I mean, yes. I finally know where she stowed away the terminal. You look like you want this roleplay to continue for a little longer, Commander. I have one question. Oh? I'll do what I can to answer then. I can see that you need to use the terminals on these squad members to contact Thea. Seasoned communications often creates unnecessary problems. I'd rather seize control of you. Does removing all these people not create problems? My thoughts almost run away, but I steer myself back onto the important questions at hand. What I meant to ask is this. Who was on the other side of the first call that you answered? My secret. Alright, where we actually are. Contractualism. The interim agreement reached for the sake of mutual gain is now the only sole argument for survival. I need some water first. This wine is named Vow of Reunion. It's one of the finest works. I hope you'll like it. The journey to our destination can hardly be called long, but Lauralee is clearly prepared for the trip. She pours her prepared beverage into a glass and garnishes it with a red flower for a sentimental touch. So you just came up with that name? Sounds like something straight out of one of the upscale White Zone host bars. Lauralee passes me a cup of the red liquid, its contents looking like a scarlet gem against the moonlight. The drink's rich, fruity aroma spills forth, no doubt for the sake of concealing the beverage's high alcohol content. I think it's the most fitting name for celebrating the occasion. If we get the chance, though, I'd like to freshly mix something for you. In my room, of course. She chuckles when she notices my hesitance to drink. Relax, Commander. I'm rather confident in my craftsmanship. I've always known how to please you, haven't I? I know that everything that's happened is because of the agreement, but if you desire it, we could go back to how we used to be. I'm sure you used to remember. Before we start reminiscing, shouldn't you answer my question first? Are you so miserly as to be unwilling to even introduce yourself again after 10 years? I like seeing you in a rush. What can I say? Looks like I need to progress the conversation here, because it's not going anywhere so far. I have a taste of the liquor. The alcohol's scent is dampened spectacularly by the aroma, but its overpowering, almost burning qualities remain intact. That doll squad just then. I don't recognize them. It's rude to think of others when you have someone like me right next to you. Thea is their superior, but they don't look like they're from around here. Where do you think they're from, then? Judging from parts of their gear, they're clearly using equipment from the White Zones. I run my fingers over a part I can't discern the purpose of. It's something I picked up from these dolls earlier. I feel the fine texture of the machined metal ridges upon my fingers, and I can clearly make out the part's etched serial number under the moonlight. A White Zone faction? Assisting a Yellow Zone settlement? Do you think it's possible? The chip Fabin logo we saw in the factory flashes through my mind. It's not impossible if their interests are closely aligned. Laura chuckles lightly. Then they would at least report to said interest-aligned individuals, right? But this lot looks like they're rather close to that secretary. I can't help but feel that they have more respect for her than George. You know what I mean? She's called a secretary, but George doesn't seem to have much authority over her. She often acts on her own, and she's more like a co-worker, maybe, rather than someone subservient to George. She's even able to clock out on time every day while working under someone like George. Exactly on time. Maybe she's the backup that Fabin set in? I realize at this point that things may not be so simple. Hold on, Lurley. Do you think that Fabin would establish simple economic cooperation with the Yellow Zone settlement? Cooperation is built on the basis of equivalence. For Fabin, this is either charity or exploitation only. The latter, if I had to guess. Thea is likely here not just to assist, but also to oversee and to an extent control George's administration. My, things have gotten complicated then. You were only looking to do some business, weren't you, Commander? This is certainly trouble if Fabin's involved. It's not like we haven't dealt with them before, though. We can do it again. I like it when you're so confident. But this brings another question. You're not with Fabin or Makash. Who exactly are you here on behalf of? I came here for you, of course. You didn't come to Makash actually have a holiday, did you? She's trying to pry my objectives out of me. Her true goal here might depend on my answer. I observe her again. I still find no trace of any affiliation on her clothings. Let's speak plainly. You've always been honest in more ways than one. This look doesn't suit you, Lauralee. I finished my drink with a swig. Like I said before, I'm not taking either side. I'm not gonna bow down to the perpetrators behind all this either. They're not gonna get a shred of what they want from me. Have you considered outside assistance then? Assistance or exchange? Nothing comes for free in this world. Oh, don't give me that look. Perhaps we can discuss terms. How about it? Her brow twitches and her hand snakes itself up to my shoulder. She gives off a seductive smile. What if I told you I want more than what others could want? How so? I have plenty of produce if you want it, if nothing else. You don't get it at all. That's the problem Makash can solve for you. The only thing I can help you with is bring it into being. Are you sure? Is there still any chance of cooperation with George at this stage? I don't believe it. We don't necessarily need George to work with Makash. And what does that mean? There are many things I can do, Commander. I turn to find Lauralee's face unbelievably close to mine. Her voice is like a captivating song, like a siren drawing me towards some ultimate decision. Who gave you the power to do these things, then? Oh, your lips are certainly tight. Never had a target as tough as me before? No, you've always been my only target. Don't worry about that. There are still no identifying symbols to be found in her, even at this distance. Oh, I'm touched. Truth be told, I have more on my mind than just Makosh, and I'm sure you know why. The Yellow Zones are hardly hospitable, even at the best of times. I understand. If you're willing to become an associate of mine, being wanted would be nothing to worry about. I'm not actually wanted, though. She presses a finger to my lips. I know what you mean. You're right. You don't need to worry about the forces that are behind all of this. We'll take care of everything for you. The we you're talking about sounds rather almighty. I laugh a little, and she lets her guard slip a bit. Or maybe she's giving away too much too soon because she's in a hurry. Just to be clear, I'm not doing the dirty work for someone else again. I grab her by the wrist, and she pauses. You don't understand the extent of what I can provide. And Helena is out of the question as well. I won't agree to that, no matter what you can offer. Silence briefly falls over the vehicle's interior, leaving only the sound of the engine and the sound of my breathing. Maybe unaccustomed to the rather lonely sounds around her, Laurelie lets out a silent sigh. I want to realize the world of my dreams with my own hands. I speak to her lightly, though I don't know if she understands me. I didn't want to be too cold to her because of our different positions. After all, her passion just now couldn't all have been an act, or I wouldn't have been able to grasp the situation so quickly. 8 Cup 1610 is now following. Thank you. That does remind me. I don't have that open. Commander, say hello to Zelensky for me. Very well, I will. By the way, I do think he will accept, though. What do you mean? If you want to walk your own path, No, we will still help you out. Doubtful. As expected, Laurelie must have spent the past 10 years as state sec. I don't know how much her kindness is going to cost me, but I do have need of it at this present time. How about sweetening the deal to show your good faith, then? Of course, sometimes just a little bit of greed makes the way I feel about you all the more intense. Ask me for whatever you like. I promise that I can fulfill your needs better than anyone else. A million ideas swerve into my mind in an instant. The night sky beyond the window is very much like the countless skies I've seen with her, and it all comes blending together. Those steady hands I've held firm for a decade up until they began trembling upon touching Red Onion. That pair of hands that still pined for me, almost before Laurelie spirited me away. One thought pushes all others out of my mind at the moment. You know about Red Onion, correct? Me? We didn't find George and Thea. Thea got away too. I'm worried about you. Ulrid and Groza finally managed to settle down in the wilderness. Deshevnia and others have been already reached Makosh, but finding the commander is no simple task. The dolls have separated into pairs and split up. Ulrid made sure that she would be Groza's partner. She's very uneasy about pairing Groza with anyone else given the current situation. Worried? Makes sense. After all, my existence is simply a threat to all of you. Groza, you know that's not what I mean. Stop saying these things. I don't know what you've remembered, but you're still you. We won't treat you like some threat, the commander won't either. Groza lowers her head as if realizing her abnormal condition. After a few seconds, she finally finds in herself to speak, albeit quietly. Sorry, I'm alright. It's just... I still don't know if the commander is well. Groza begins to smile as the thought comes to her, but it hardly paints a pretty picture with her empty eyes. I still remember, back when we were out on a mission by Bihor, the commander and I were like that as well. Our intel went bad, our leads were cut off, and our hideout was destroyed. In the end, the best we could manage for the night was to make do on our vehicle. It was a car without a canopy. Though it didn't start out like that, of course. To fend off the cold, we assembled a simple stove behind the car. I made a beef stew without the beef. Her head hangs low in dejection. Listen to me, Groza. You need to rest. Even if it's just a little bit, you've pushed yourself for far too long. Groza shakes her head, rejecting Ulrid's advice outright. There's no time. Come. We need to be off too. Groza, wait. What is it? We've got news from Dushevny and Lodo. It's about the commander. That's what you're after the most. There are others, of course. But can't you tell me about this first? Very well. I could never turn you down after all. What you found in that factory is indeed the red onion that Groza came into contact with. A controlled substance. Was it one of Groza's objectives in that mission of hers? What's with everything she saw then? Whose blood is on her hands? Many people's. Terrible memories for her, I'm sure. At the very least, she didn't want to do any of those things. But she had no choice. Exactly. Would you think of her as a threat to you if you put it that way? I think back to how Groza looked and what she insisted on reminding me of. I began to understand how she felt all of a sudden. She's worried that something like that might happen again if she goes out of control. She doesn't want to hurt me or anyone else around her. I trust Groza. I feel that there's something more behind Red Onion, but Lauralee doesn't continue. No matter how I press her on the matter, she only deflects with jokes and quips. She turns around and focuses on driving. I can spot a hint of stress hanging on her brow. Perhaps that is the extent of what she can tell me. I see. Let's end our chat here then. We're about to reach our destination anyways, right? Of course. It's Makash's underground prison. I've taken a shortcut so we can get there a little faster. I can't say I'm in a hurry to enter that place. A surprise left for us at the shortcut. Oh, and we were almost there too. Do help me out here, Commander. I'm waiting for your orders. Lead me in combat. Just like before. forking path. At the crossroads of ideals, they went their separate ways. 2 years ago, in an office building in Makosh. Blood. Viscous blood trails all the way from the door to George's office table. His custom-made carpet is all ruined. I really don't understand what's going through the minds of your ilk. George's brow furrows as he looks down at the carpet. It's not even Vasili's blood. George thinks so indifferently. Vasily is the more valuable type, but as for those who fight in Makosh due to disease and mental deterioration, they're worth less than a piece of this carpet. George, what is this? Vasily slams a pile of documents on the table, which includes the supply and production logs of the pharmaceutical factory. George only flips through them for a moment before placing them back down and plastering his face with a fake smile. What's the matter, Vasily? My best, most inseparable friend. Vasily pays no heed to George's wide smile. Skipping the chatter he would normally engage in, his face remains steely. Why do you have to bother with these inconsequential things? Just leave it to Thea. What you should focus on are the truly important things, like those street lights that don't work. And the water supply. George, your factory doesn't make vaccine at all, does it? Vasily takes a step closer. His boots covered in gutter and mud land heavily on the neat carpet. George's office became filled with such things at some point, things that did not match with the reality of Makosh. Look at the people outside. They were laying on the underground network cables with me just last week. Now they can't even hold a normal conversation, much less... That's the result of their own overuse. Vasily, you should know quite well that this is not the norm, nor my intentions. Vasily remains silent for a moment. It's true that George relies on dependency to control others, but as that dependency festers, it only results in ruin. Some pick up blades and bring them down on their closest to them, just because they had more bottles of the new medicine upon them than they did. Friends who chatted amicably a mere day ago turned against each other over trivialities. Anger is cheap here, and life even more so. Poverty crushes rationality, and death is often the price paid in the yellow zones. It's a famine project, and its quality is guaranteed. How are they different from vaccines? If the new medicine is no good, then they wouldn't be fighting tooth and nail for it. Wouldn't you agree, Vasily? Go and ask those in the street. Is there a single person who would say their new product are poor? Every one of them is a return customer. Spinning addiction as returning customers? You're a genius, George. So this medicine doesn't cure them? It doesn't cure anything? It's just an Eridus in another form. It doesn't accomplish a single thing other than make them feel good for a moment. It's just a drug. Please tell me, where have the people, the ones you promised have been cured by this new addiction, gone to? Maybe a green zone? A satellite city? A white zone? Who knows? You tell me. Who would turn down the chance to leave the yellow zones? Beyond you and I, who would leave and ever return? Makosh has us to thank for when it is today. And nobody else. Do you hear what you're saying? I'm asking you this. Where are those people you tricked with that new medicine of yours? Their parents and elders trusted you, giving you a chance to leave Makosh in exchange for their lives. Now, in return, you place a price tag on their families and children like merchandise. Vasily grabs George by the collar and slams him down on the table. He knocks over a pot of ink on the table, and it spills all over George's face. But that smile remains plastered on George's face all the while. George wipes away the ink on his face, puts his hand on his mouth, and licks it as if tasting the liquid. Who the hell are you? Where's the George I knew? George produces a modified M1911, casually and places his muzzle against Vasily's waist, forcing him back. Vasily, you know, I'm a bit worried about you. Has all the engineering gone to your head? Or have you contracted Elid from those people? Do you not recognize your best friend anymore? George pretentiously places the gun up against Vasili's forehead and motions as if checking his temperature. He then chambers around rapidly and fires a bullet into Vasili's abdomen. Blood sprays all over the carpet. George frowned at the sight. Your aim is shit as always. Asshole. You might understand right now, but I'll still tell you this once. The yellow zones have no lack of people. I have never assigned prices to people. I only do what I can to make them worth more. You know, if it wasn't for that goddamn collapse radiation, I could have been a great farm owner. Just when did it come to this? As blood continues to leave his body, Vasily breathing accelerates. His voice continues to weaken, and it's almost inaudible now. Are you gonna kill me here? George shakes his head, spinning the gun in his hand. He doesn't think this line of thought is worth pursuing at all. He stands idly by for a moment, considering how much it would set him back to restore the carpet. How could I kill my best friend? You still have many followers, too. You're more valuable than those people. Oh, yes. Do you remember the underground prison I asked you to design before? I remember asking you what sort of room you would like if you were to ever live in there. Vasily suddenly begins to laugh vigorously, followed by an intense burst of coughing. I should have realized long ago. I have a surprise for you then. I promise that you will love that room. The one next door is not bad either. You'll enjoy it in time. When you join me in hell. Vasily, from what you're saying, he used to be one of Makash's administration as well. No wonder I always felt something was off during our operations in the city earlier. That unfinished infrastructure wasn't George's style at all. That's all in the past. It's hard to say if he'll ever be of use to us, you know. It's hard to say if he'll be of use to you now. I'd rather figure out exactly what he found in that factory. You'll be able to get the answer from him yourself in just a moment. We're on the way. Alright. What's up with you anyway? Why is your face so red? Why? That's because it's so hot in here, Commander. Don't you think? It's bound to be hot and stuffy underground, but the real source of heat here is her. I grab her hand. She's not hot enough for it to be dangerous, but the heat rating from her skin is still abnormal. What's the matter? Was it the battle just now? It's your fault for sticking so close to me for so long. You're reminding me of the old days. Why does your heart beat the exact same rhythm as 10 years ago? Are you following the same rhythm as me? Was it nervousness? Excitement? I've always looked for changes in you. And the same has been true for the past 10 years. I wonder how you'd have changed. And just now, well, I have reaffirmed myself the fact that I am back by your side. Then, I just became like this before I even knew it. Literally, be honest with me. It's because I moved too fast earlier and built up too much heat. But this amplifies my frame's capabilities anyways. It's completely harmless, don't worry about it. But the story is fun, don't you think? That's good then. Is that the only reason though? This is a pretty rare phenomenon, both for the past you or other dolls. As far as I know, at least. The other reason... You'll know soon enough. Anxiety begins to dwell up inside me for reasons I can't name. path of abandonment. He's abandoned everything and has been abandoned by everything in turn. There's no coming back from this. Only the sounds of my handcuffs and the click-clacking of Laurelie's footsteps can be heard in the darkness. Her whip snaps crisply on the ground, informing me that we have arrived at our destination. Where are... Quiet, M8031042. What did you just call me? What were you expecting? There are only IDs here. No names or identities. Lift your shirt up, 8031. So that's why you're overheating. I can't see Laurelie's expression, but I can tell from her voice that she's already immersed in her character. Don't you know, new arrivals need to undergo a full body examination. Just incredibly suspicious. She lifts up my clothing with the handle of her whip. Don't make me remind you again. Or do I have no choice but to get physical to make you remember? Laurelie pulls me closer by my clothing and trails her whip with uneven pressure across my skin. Its cold and rough texture makes one wonder about what might be next in store. Hey, hang on. Silence. You will not speak without my express permission. Putting why a guard would need something as archaic such as a whip aside, I can respect someone's personal hobbies, but is it really necessary to play the part so well? Laurelie's bombastic theatrics get a laugh out of my roommates. A shadowy prisoner in a cell not far away chuckles thinly before I can speak up for myself. M0001, it's your turn, Mr. Vasily. Won't the ID do? A mocking smile remains on his face. He answers the guard politely, but his hazy gaze remains pointed in my direction. He's staring straight at me. Don't say that. Others might not know, but I am just supposed to pretend to be oblivious too? If not for you, Mr. Vasily, Makash might very well not have this prison at all. The best any prisoners would get is a deep pit. We have our own obligations to fill, but everyone remembers what you've done for us. Please hold on. We're working on it. The guard helps the man named Vasily to his feet. Vasily finally emerges from the shadows, and I finally get to take a good look at him. Really now? Do you think that I made your lives better? I made it livable, not better. He remains focused on me the entire time, and I returned his attention. Even as he leaves my sights, I'm uncertain whether he's perceived something or not. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. My turn? To do what? Laurelie remains silent. She only lightly presses her finger to her lips. Far away in the darkness, some machinery screeches and shrieks, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal chains being dragged across the ground. A muffled screaming soon follows. Ah! The screaming continues for some time before it fades into the darkness. Laurelie withdraws her finger with a strange smile. Work. Those are the sound of work. Work hard later so I can hear the sounds you make, alright? Do it for me. The sounds aren't particularly vicious, but the smell in the air here is truly unsettling. It may be due to all the medicines, but I've been surrounded by a stinging smell ever since I set foot in this place, like bleach mixed with pharmaceuticals and a faint hint of blood. You might not be familiar with the things here since this is your first day, but that's fine. You'll start working tomorrow. Forced labor. And how long will I be here for? 15 years, maybe? Give or take. That is not very funny. Anyway, judging from Miss Thea's orders, this is more like a temporary storage for you. You'll be out soon, so there's no need to worry. Just a couple days, maybe. However, Your next stop might not be any better than it is now. Lorelei addresses me with the same air as a guard, and she even makes me believe that I really am being imprisoned for a moment. I've taken on a lot of escort jobs over the years, you know. I never thought that I'd be the subject of one of these jobs one day. Could you at least tell me how many hours of work I expect per day? Maybe 3 hours? Yeah, this definitely isn't some routine that George cooked up. I take back what I said before. 15 years isn't so long. Lorelei chuckles and doesn't reply to this. A comms terminal that doesn't belong to me or Lorelei resounds as we're enjoying a little lull. She places her finger on her lips again and gestures for silence. This will be your cell from now on, number 8031. Do your labor and get out of here early. Alright? Someone called the hidden line in prison like leave the air, George. I'm gonna go take care of it real quick. Get some rest before I come back to have fun with you, Commander. Stay safe. Groza and Ulrich stand guard by their side of the road. Their vision is fixed on the seemingly endless tunnel before them, afraid that they'll miss something if they so much as blink. Their doubt deep down only burgeons as time passes. What if they're waiting for nothing? They spoke to DSR-50 when they lost the commander before, and now it's DSR-50 again, sending them clues about the commander's whereabouts with alternative methods instead of direct communications. Can she be trusted? Just how is the commander doing? Thankfully, their misgivings are soon put to rest, as their intel describes an oath-sworn vehicle is making its way down the road. The intel's good, Ulrich. It's Makash's oath-sworn. Let's have a look to see if they have the commander then. Combat. Give the commander back. Look, Commander, I have no idea who you're talking about. Can't you see we're escorting your prisoner? Take her from me and you don't cause problems for yourselves. Don't waste any more words with them. Check their vehicle after taking them all out. Over here, Groza. I've examined the vehicle. There's no trace of the commander. That's strange. DSR-50 said the commander would be on this road. Who knows what interest she serves? Maybe she was the only one who took... Maybe she's the one who took away the commander in the first place. Oh, it's Kralik and Swomi. Looks like they found something. Swomi and Kralik look for more clues, and Makash as Groza and Ulrich chase the intelligence that DR-50 has provided. The search did not get off to a good start, but the Dahl community support arrived in a timely manner. They made away with a considerable amount of useful intel. Let's see what they have for us. Leader Groza, I think we've the commander's location. This current batch of intel contains a real breakthrough. What? Where? When we were sending communication requests, we caught the commander's signal for just a moment. It wasn't enough to make a call, but we did manage to get the commander's general location. AKA the prison. I can't be sure how accurate it is, but the commander's signal came from underground. Underground? Is it the sewers? The call seems to be breaking up. Makash's communication coverage isn't perfect, and the signal isn't going to be stable when we get out of the wilderness. If the commander really is underground, then it would follow that we haven't been able to get into contact. Kralik, are Makasha's sewer systems particularly developed? Now you gotta say that? Makasha's sewers are nearly satellite city levels complete. Even if the streets are built shoddily, the sewers are properly assembled. This place used to be a dam, so it should follow the sewer would be well developed. If the commander's in the sewers, then he would have taken there immediately after being kidnapped. The intel we received claims that the commander appeared to be on the road that Ulrud and I are currently at. Suomi and Kralik discovered the complex sewer systems not long ago, but they were not aware the commander might have been hidden underground. Any other leads, Suomi? There's one more thing. The sewers contain more than just a sewer system. There's a tremendous underground prison there, too. Bad news. Underground prison? A bad feeling grows on Ulrud. Yes, except the prison's sectioned off from the rest of the sewer by a gate. One that not even we can get through. This sewers only admit entry to engineering staff, too. Sewers only admit entry to engineering staff. Okay. The news that they attempted a breakthrough already unsettles Ulrud. It's just a gate or whatever. Can you send us some support for this, leader? We're going right in. We can get through the sewers, too. It's not that easy. But if it's alright, if it's all true, we need to try, no matter what. We need to get the commander out as soon as possible. Yes. I'll arrange support for you, if that intel is real, though. Girls and Ulrud share a look, both recalling that the Oathsworn mentioned the word escort just a few moments ago. So this road we're on leads straight to the prison. Kralik, search the sewers immediately with Suomi. I'll go with the prison to Ulrud. Understood. They better not be doing anything to the commander. If the commander's hurt, Groza, get a grip. Suomi, do you have any more of the intel about the prison and sewers? Only some unpleasant rumors. How bad can it be? Isn't all just stuff about, what, how all the people in the prison are traitors, rebels, and whatever? Everyone says you're saying nothing good will come out of associating with them. Oh, something a bit scary comes to mind, though. Something a bit scarier? Having already spent several days in prison, my fellow inmate, whom I have only just had the chance to speak to once, still maintained a distance from me. I had tried to find a few topics of conversation to fish for intel, but my efforts proved unsuccessful. Until just now, whether it's my dogged persistence to find the worm down, or simply a genuine interest in the underground prison rumors I finally became willing to converse a little with me. For once, he looked straight at me. When not conversing with me, he retires to the shadows, drawing his schematics. It is only now that I clearly see his always overcast face in all its dim bleakness. He's the spitting image of an exiled man with his untrimmed hair and beard. His eyes carry despair and self-depreciation in equal measure, like a man who has truly accepted existence here and become part of the darkness. No one's ever been released from this prison. He quickly shows me how true that rumor is. You're telling me about this already? If you want intel, you better show me something in return. It appeared that my attempts to strike up conversation over the last few days have made him aware of my goals. The fact that he's willing to chat means that I might make some headway yet. I get the feeling that this isn't the first time you've been to a place like this, considering how calm you are. The guards told me that this is just a temporary storage for me. How does it feel to be merchandise? Not so bad with only 3 hours of work a day. Not so bad. Yeah, that's what the guards told me too. It's been more than a year by now. I don't think I'm getting out before die though. Really? I believe what they said about the temporary part though. The price tag on me is still considerable. Considering that I am an internationally wanted criminal, there's surely a hefty bounty on my head. Not that this is anything to be proud of at a time like this. Something changes in his eyes as I say the word price. More than the value you can produce for that guy here. High enough for him to spare your life. Creating value for George costs your life? What? Vassal begins to guffaw. No spy with George would say that. Looks like you came here in here without knowing a thing. You're not a local then, are you? Do I look like I'm from around here? I look down on my garb, but he only smiles and shakes his head. Not at all, but that's not the reason. His eyes in the darkness focus once more, training on me as if to see right through me. I know every single person in this prison except you. What? Do I need contacts to get locked up? Makash sure is an interesting place. I'd advise you not to involve yourself in this mess. Whether you're a broker or want a criminal, Makash has no place for you. This is a place where law rules with an iron fist. Get out while you can. Nothing's more important than living to see tomorrow. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I caught wind of this clandestine dealings in his factory, so I can't just leave here all alone. As expected, Vasili's unusual nonchalant expression shakes somewhat when I mention the factory. If Laurel wants truthful on the way here, Vasily went his separate ways with George because of this matter. If he managed to remain calm, then that would be worthy of suspicion. Surely you don't think that George is some generic greedy slavedar, do you? Do you think he merely subjects prisoners to forced labor? That he'd be satisfied abusing residents with exorbitant taxes and debt traps like some commonplace villain? No. Red onions, scratching blood. This is the first time I've seen his emotions shift so drastically. But that wavering soon gives way to a feeling I'm familiar with. A complex mist of resignation and helplessness. Lets his hands drop to his sides, as if he had given up the fight. So what if I know? George has aligned itself with backers that you can't possibly imagine. Even if he is a mere chess piece in their plan, no matter what I choose, I won't be able to change the future of Makash. Simply resisting is futile. You've seen his Oathsworn, haven't you? Those who have something to gain from him gather beneath his banners and swear their allegiance in mass. They even have the support of corporations. This is not power that can be overcome with simple numbers. We have never lacked for supporters, for the approval and support of the people. None of that means anything in the face of absolute force. Vasily passes me something through a gap in the bars. Pretty old-looking key. I don't know who you are, but you can use this key to leave this place. What? I think back to the way the guard spoke to Vasily. He appears to be well respected here, but even so, having a key is unthinkable. I start getting suspicious. Why does Vasily stay here? You have a key? This is so strange. Every lock here was designed by me. You think I can't make keys? I just want to tell you that I'm staying here by choice. No matter what, Makash is my home. I think back to what Leroy brought up. Vasily, from what you're saying, needs to be one of Makash's administrators as well? No wonder I always felt something was off during operations. That's all in the past. It's hard to say if he'd be of use to you now. Even with the ideals still in his heart and keys in his hand, he's consigned himself to the position of prisoner. I cannot just stand by with the bitter regret I see in him. Perhaps I can find a way to light the embers that remain and help him regain his edge? This is something I want to do at this moment. I've heard about you, Vasily. Makash's future was once in your hands. But you'd rather it rot here in the sewers than go up and fight against George. He remained silent for a moment before laughing bitterly. Think what you will. Futile resistance only creates meaningless sacrifice. What are you waiting for, then? That George finds his humanity one day and realizes you're... I don't get the rest of it out. I realize that I'm only letting out my frustrations. Even if some of this does line up with Vasili's reality. He doesn't deserve to be on the receiving end of these words, though. The true target of my anger is none other than myself. I have felt despair over my own deeds many times, too. Once you discover a shadowy archipelago, impenetrable darkness will have already formed a web between them all. The idea of choice is simply to lie to oneself. I'm not so naive. This is all I can do. Even if my elevators will only ever be used for cargo, I can at least make them safer. The air breathable. Even if I can only light up precious few streets, I might be able to stop some accidents. As an engineer, that's a good way to think. As an administrator, though, I think you ought to know. If you make elevators, people be dragged away to other work. If you light up the streets, people will be made to move along faster. You've only ever managed to help George all this time. I don't need you to tell me that. Even so, I don't have anything else I can do. There's nothing I can achieve here. For once, he seems to reveal some other emotions. I see a trace of his true self in his mad words. I can help him. I can help him. I only came here seeking economic cooperation, but the residents here remain in dire straits. The tentacles of the corporation still have them in their clutches, and my conscience won't allow me to leave them in their predicament. This is not a decision I've made on the spur of the moment. The people here like the guards still trust Vasily, even if they're aware of the control George has. With precise strikes from the Elmo's dolls and Loreley's reinforcements, the fight may not be so hopeless. No, you can do it. I throw the key back at him. I've no need for such things. And the one who has more need of a key is Vasily, not me. The true prison that binds him is far tougher to break through than the bars of this underground prison. There's nothing more laughable than self-imposed exile. It makes no amends, changes nothing that has happened. It only serves to cover everything up, soothing one's anxious heart with feigned blindness. I can... What? You can give Makash the chance to choose. You can show them a new path, no matter how many times it takes. Tell them the city doesn't have to bend to George's will. To Thea's will. So long as they trust you, you can continue down that road. I would clap for you. But even if George doesn't kill me, I'd rather not see my people be mowed down by them. That doesn't need to happen. Let's have a chat, you and me. I need to know about the city's topography and how much the Oathsworn have in the way of manpower and equipment. And I can deal with the rest. You. Just who are you? I'd rather not answer him. For someone like him, something solid to lean upon will do more than baseless work. Afterglow and rebirth. The afterglow of old has not yet faded, and a newborn covenant has blossomed on the scorched earth. Where is this place? The deeper into the sewers they proceed, the more pungent the smell becomes. The scent of bleach and pharmaceuticals emerge, and elicits a strange sense of cleanliness. Do we really need to go this far to do maintenance? Who goes there? Huh? The guard's voice interrupts Mei Ling's worried inquiry, making her yelp with surprise. It's fine, Mei Ling. Dr. White gestures for Mei Ling to relax, unhurriedly producing his documents. I'm Dr. White, engineer of the 11th Bureau providing relief in Makash. Here are my documents. This is my assistant, Mei Ling Shen, engineer of the 11th Bureau. Eh? The words Dr. White uses make Mei Ling think back to the argument with Commander, but she wisely chooses to shut her mouth in front of the guard. Ah, I remember you. You provided support to Prakash many times before. The guard still appears to have no intention of letting them through, though. Yeah, it's been my honor. How's your daughter doing? I remember that she quite enjoyed watching our fieldwork. The guard lowers his head to an angle where its expression is no longer visible. He immediately changes the topic and ends the chit-chat. Sir, please don't make things more difficult to us. A lot's happened around here recently, and we're on high alert. I don't intend to be a nuisance. I have little interest in the prison itself. I'm only here to see Vasily. It hasn't been just Vasily recently. There are others too. Mr. George has ordered us to be especially alert. I have no weapons on me. I'm a normal engineer, and the same goes for this young lady here. Ugh. It's not my first visit here, you know that. I've never been out of line before, have I? The guard studies Dr. White and Mei Ling and falls deep into thought. That's true. Dr. White extends his hands in a submissive gesture. If you like, you can lock me up too and make me a cellmate. Cellmates with my favorite protege. What are you saying? Absolutely not. Akash owes you a great debt. And well, the same goes for Vasily as well. The guard appears to finally give in, and he nods his head. Never mind, please, come in. However, his expression becomes quite troubled. I'll only have 5 minutes, right? It's good that we understand each other. Excuse me then. The gate separating the greater sewers and the prison slowly opens. Dr. White passes a small package to the guard. I heard from Vasily that your daughter is still suffering from Elid. This is... The guard's eyes widen in surprise. Elid vaccines are counted among the most desirable items in all yellow zones. It's easy enough to tell from his expression that this is still absolutely true, even in Makash. Why? Vasily wanted me to bring you this. Your daughter is adorable. I hope to see her holding a wrench again someday. Besides, this isn't a bribe. You've already let me in, haven't you? The guard's mask trembles as his tears moisten up. Thank you. Alright, we need to make the best of our time. Dr. White passes the guard's back, and he crosses the boundary with Mei Ling. Just before the gate closes, the guard can be seen remaining in the station behind him. His shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Look at me. Lauralee lifts my chin with her hand. She's been rather fond of doing this recently, but I can't help feel a little odd sense of humiliation. It might just be because I've found myself in prison. Your hands are overheating again. Is this really so stimulating for you? This heat is meant to be a secret weapon I very recently acquired. It's the price I pay for acquiring significant computing power in an instant. I mean, that makes sense, actually. But I'm the only one who should be complaining, Commander. I'm not the... Oh yeah. I started overheating like this even without going through any battles or extended fieldwork after reuniting with you. You know? What's going on here? You're interfering with my operation more than viruses do. I'd like you to take responsibility. Did you just hear that? Still drawing up schematics, Vasily. Before Lauralee's other hand makes contact with me, a familiar voice rings through the prison. Shh. Quiet. I make a shushing motion, asking Lauralee to remain silent so we can listen in on the situation. It's you. 2 thoroughly unexpected visitors arrive in prison. Mei Ling, who I haven't seen for several days, and that engineer from the 11th Bureau. You haven't been taking care of yourself. A light sigh comes from outside Vasily's cell. These 2 uninvited guests have obviously not come for me, If Mei Ling has been caught by work underground recently, then it's very likely she doesn't even know that I'm been locked up here. What is someone like you here for? Vasily hurriedly puts down his pencil, stands up, and reservedly tidies up the shoddy garb on his person. The man who sat wherever he pleased on the ground and spoke to me about strange things now begins to watch his manners, like a student before their teacher. Relax, there's no need for that. I still remember when you were positively glowing. I'd recognize you from a mile away. Eh? Is this that person responsible for the prosperity of Makash and its surrounding that you mentioned? The great engineer student? Mei Ling appears surprised at the sight of Vasily as he is now. Is this how you think of me? Mei Ling, don't tell him that. If he found out that I said these things about him, he'd be muttering about it himself for days. There's no pride in Vasily's face as he hears it from Dr. White. His eyelids droop with disappointment, like a miscreant caught in the act. I don't deserve Devard Makash. What's wrong? Didn't you tell me all excited that you were going to make life better for everyone here? George lied to me. No, he lied to everyone. You mean the business with the vaccines? He never intended to prepare real vaccines for anyone. The factory only produces medication that induces comforting delusions. How do you know? I've never spoken about this to you. If Makash could achieve self-sufficiency with vaccines, the guards been watching over you for so long would not have reacted how he did. Makash's prosperity is just an illusion, right? It's not nearly as well off as it seems. Yeah, but Makash doesn't appear to be too troubled by Elid. The infected are taken care of en masse by George, but even so, the city's population increases. Do you know why this is the case? Mei Ling shakes her head. Because the Yellow Zone have no lack of people. If you make the outside look like it's flourishing, there's always people willing to flock in, willing to becoming fuel for the fire. So you chose to sit here and watch. That familiar mocking expression appears in Vasily's face again. If I really had done that, I wouldn't be locked up here. Ever since our first argument because of all this, I've tried many, many things. So many that I no longer believed that I would succeed. Do you regret what you did? I've never regretted anything I did for Makash. I was once one of the leaders here, and it was my duty to protect the city and its people. As a leader, it's only natural that I protect my tribe. What regrets should I feel for something so natural and reasonable? The people of Makash trusted me, and I gave it all my all in return. But it's a shame I did not live up to that trust. My resistance only ended in failure after failure. This is what I deserve. This prison. Boy, you're getting ahead of yourself. Hey. Vasily, you've always been sincere, honest, and kind. You've always had ideals and principles on your side. What you need is power that can turn ideals into reality. Power to back your ideals. Do you mean firepower? As something seems to come to mind, Vasily smiles bitterly with a lowered head. At least you can figure it out for yourself. It's just like when you put yourself into building that machine that would protect everyone. It may look intimidating, but you mustn't fear controlling it. You need to make sure that you use it adequately and that it doesn't fall into the hands of the wrong people. That's the way you protect your people. Use it adequately. The hands of the wrong people. Vastly mutters to himself, dissecting the words in his mind as the problem that has troubled him for ages slowly unravels. His eyes focus on the familiar face in front of him as he thinks back to his time studying at the 11th Bureau. Countless times, complex issues before him would be brushed away with his mentor's help. And this time, he's only an inch away from finally solving this problem. The excitement reclaiming his hope ignites a long mission firing within him deep down, and it combines with a sense of urgency from being only one step away. It's only now that he notices the fresh face next to Dr. White. Oh, apologies. Might I ask who that is? Have you finally noticed? I had assumed it was your assistant as before. But this is a new face to me. She's a rookie. Mei Ling Shen, engineer of the 11th Bureau, my temporary assistant. Did Mei Ling already agree to join them? Do you really need to keep saying that? We managed to get in already. I haven't decided if I want to join yet. I failed to hold in after hearing Mei Ling's reply. Wait, wasn't the idea that Mei Ling would decide for herself? My voice gives Mei Ling a jump. Huh? She looks at Dr. White, shock written all over her face. Am I hearing things? Or do I just miss the commander too much? I could swear I just heard the commander's voice. It's the bleach getting to you. You still have 3 bottles of wine over my place, Mei Ling. I'm gonna drink them all the moment I get back. Mei Ling springs in place and follows the sound. She finally sees me after turning around. No way! It's really the commander! The commander's real! The commander's in jail! She seems pretty excited for that. As if she's forgotten all about how we first separated, Mei Ling rushes up to me and crushes down in front of my cell. She tries to reach in and touch me. Obviously impossible, so I continue to sit still on the ground. Decided the side of me being locked up, are you? No. It's just, I haven't seen you in so long. It's been like 4 whole days. Her eyes begin to glisten with tears. It hasn't even been a few days. Why are you crying? Is Worth at the 11th Bureau really that rough? Not even I can remain unmoved at the sight of this expression on Mei Ling's face. I stand up, passing a handkerchief I have on hand to Mei Ling through the bars. No, not at all. The work's very relaxed. Much easier than on the Elmo. No overtime, and there's all the wine I could ever want. She doesn't take my offer at all, rejecting the idea of taking the handkerchief off me. She latches onto the bars with 2 hands, drying her tears on my hand, holding the handkerchief. I turn to Dr. White for help at this bizarre sight, but he only smiles. Don't look at me. I treat my employees fairly. The daily working hours only 70% of the legal mandate, too. She might have just missed you too much. Dr. White joins our conversation very naturally, completely unsurprised by the sight of me behind bars. In combination with him being willing to help bring Mei Ling, someone new to the place, I start thinking that his grasp of the situation might be more comprehensive than I imagined. It's easy enough to see that Mei Ling isn't doing so bad under his wing either. I can't be sure, but I could swear that her face has gotten a little chubbier. No way, nah. I would never miss someone who only makes me do overtime. Someone who says all sorts of things to drive me away and doesn't care at all about where I go. Is that how Mei Ling sees me? Still, to be riled up, to be rubbing up against me while saying that. What an adorable creature. Mei Ling, there might be a few misunderstandings between us. Before I can finish what I'm saying, Mei Ling suddenly distanced herself from the bars a little, most likely remembering the events from a few days earlier. She tries to hold her emotions at bay, and I put the handkerchief aside. I just didn't think... You know, it's only been a few days, and you're already in jail. What was it you did this time? What are you guilty of? I came into contact with the factory. That alone probably does it. You're also high up on George's price list. Was that not enough for you? Vasily interjects very naturally. After spending the last few days together here, he's much calmer than he was when he first met. Even I'm getting curious about you, really. You don't look like someone in the business, but you fetch a considerable price. You aren't actually wanted internationally or something, are you? If that were true, George would probably be contacting Fabin right now. If they wanted it, you'd be shipped over right quick. They must not want it very much then, with how much time has passed. They wouldn't be so inefficient if they did. Or maybe George is negotiating the deal. But you must have had a rough in prison, didn't you, Commander? Worry is written all over Mei Ling's face. No need to worry, he's barely suffered a mole in here. Rather, I wager he's getting rather immersed. Oh, might you be referring to me? Laura Lee, who had been standing beside us me the entire time, finally speaks up. You sure held your silence for a while. I'm just following my orders from the commander. I knew it was going to be like this. As I was saying, he's a solid guy, except for his weird obsession with having his little fun with the guard. It's no wonder that he doesn't want to leave. Commander? What? Wait, it's not what you think. I'm only here for the sake of working towards cooperation with Lagash. Vasily spreads his hands, communicating an unspoken understanding. The typically commonplace gesture irks me for some indescribable reason. Dr. Waite sighs at the sight of Vasily's response. He shakes his head. Vasily, have you not found out yet? What is it? The firepower you're missing might be right by your side already. Dr. White turns to me and Vasily appears to realize something. His eyes immediately fill with an enthusiasm I've never seen before, as if he's finally come up upon an answer to a conundrum. His excitement soon shifts into firmness and trust. It makes me think about the kind of spirited and idealistic engineer he must have been 10 years ago. The answer has always been here, and you've finally discovered it. Now, all you must do is fill in the blanks with the question. Behind his certainty and gratitude, I can see an unyielding fortitude. A dramatic reaction has released the stored energy in a burst of light and heat. Thermal dumping. So I got quite a ways to go. The cell doors are completely opened, and Vast and I regain our freedom with his key. Vasily almost stumbles as he steps out of his cell, due to how long he's been shackled. Ugh. Seriously? Laura Lee sees this and approaches me with a smile. I feel her breath on my shoulder. Commander, do you need a hand? I'm not that weak. So she can be polite, huh? Is this a jailbreak? No, it's not. Nah. For them, yes. Huh? Am I not a criminal then? For you, this would be an unscheduled work that counts as overtime. I'll pay you triple for this time. Huh? Please count me in then. I never get my overtime pay. I'm 7 months behind. We arrive at the interrogation room. We'll be able to see the remaining cells on the other side once we pass this point. A single guard sits outside the interrogation room. He reacts with surprise at the sight of Vasily and Dr. White approaching together, before he nods and makes way for the two. Vasily pauses before the door. What is it? There's nothing. I just want to remind you to check your PPE again. Relax. I'm more familiar with this stuff than you are. Vasily scans us, making sure that we're properly equipped. He stands before the door, and the look in his eyes as he turns around is unspeakably painful. Must you really look? Cooperation is based off mutual trust. The commander has revealed their situation to you without reservation. Are you still going to hold things back? What is Red Onion? With what we know now, we still can't quite grasp what George is really doing. Alright then. Fastly keys in the password and opens the door. Behind the door is a scene that can only be described as hellish. Without a doubt, everyone detained here is suffering from Elid. They're confined in small pens and kept alive with automatic feeders. Many of the people here are almost completely covered in collapse crystals. Huh. Get back, Mei Ling. I instinctively reach out to shield Mei Ling's eyes. Larley, take care of Mei Ling for me. What are you planning? Salesman, come back. But if you go in there now, the odds of these people surviving only decreases. We can only truly save them by stopping George. Fastly quickly closes the door to hell. Things quieten down again, and the ghastly sights from the long ago disappear like a bad dream. We all wisely remain silent, still recovering from what we just witnessed. The air remains stiff until I speak up. Fastly, what is all this? The Elid-infected people you mentioned before were all locked up here? All of them? I think back to what he said previously. Are they being treated here? George would never be so kind-hearted. So this is why George has little care for vaccines, but still accept various infected in Makosh? Just what is he planning? It's easy enough. Processed collapsed crystals are valuable goods, and that's what he's after. George is thinking of using these people as an inexhaustible source of collapsed crystals. A collapsed crystal farm. There wouldn't be so many people who risk their lives to hunt late-stage Elid infected in the yellow zones if they weren't so valuable. As far as I know, however, those are rare cases. All subjects expire far before. Yes, I've said the same before, but he cares little for it. He thinks that with enough numbers, he'll get the results he wants. Many who are infected willingly put their remains on the line and deals with various organizations in exchange for their family's safeties. For exactly this reason. If you ask me, this is all meaningless. The processing costs of these crystals are far greater than the value they provide. I've warned him over and over again that with the current R&D manpower in the yellow zones, proper collapsed crystal production is nothing more than a pipe dream. What he's doing here is pure cruelty and little else. Evidently, the unthinkable has become a reality at this point. George's reasoning was this: any lucrative business comes with grave risks and costs. At the same time, people in the Yellow Zone are not cost at all. Yellow Zones have no lack of people. I struggle to assemble a proper sentence of my anger. I draw deep breaths, and I try to settle my emotions. Lauralee takes my hands to hers, trying to comfort me how she can. He's clearly the most inhuman thing in all the Yellow Zones. I don't care what George thinks, but those are people in there. They're someone's children, parents, and friends. Not merchandise or guinea pigs for collapse pieces. He recently accepted a proposal of mine to improve the conditions of these people using my designs. I thought the expenses of research and crystal processing would have tired him out already, but this whole business has been so strange. With his disposition, he should have given up long ago. So there's something else going on. I think he discovered your identity early on, too. The idea to sell you off for money must have sprung up in his mind. He really doesn't abandon his recruiting to make money, does he? A solely profit-driven man like George may be ruthless, but he wouldn't invest in something with no returns. Who's prompting him to gather the infected together? Does he have goals we're not aware of? And an idea suddenly comes to mind. That's right, Fessely. What exactly is being produced in this pharmaceutical factory? It's similar to Erdis, but it isn't quite the same thing. Do you think they're tied to the crystals? He seems pretty adamant on keeping it a secret after all. Fastly shakes his head. I don't know. Those meds are being used as a special supply of Eritis. But George found out before I could get to the bottom of it. I have no more freedom to movement after that. Many people that chose to follow me because they believed in me. In the end, Fastly turns to that door again. His voice trembles. That's why I told you, those who enter this prison can never leave. I can't fail again. It's not that I don't want to fight back. And it's not that I don't want to accept your support. I would give my life to see this battle won. But I just can't let those believe in me. Is that why you're willingly let yourself rot away in here? What was the cost of their agreement you came to? He remained silent. George held Makash hostage, preventing you from ever returning to the city, even if you had the keys. You continue to work on the city's infrastructure underground for the sake of the people who live here. George knows that all too well. That's why he left you here, humiliated you, and he even continued to take advantage of you. That's why Makash's sewer handles so many of the city's necessary functions. It's because Makash's best engineer will never be able to see the sun again. I've never doubted what I did was right. You always have the trust of the other people on your shoulders. Why don't you try trusting someone else for once? They trust you, trust them back. Fastly intuits my meaning, mulls over it, and eventually gives me a slightly strained smile. I just can't lose again. I know how we can guarantee victory, though. Commander, I can provide more than just intel, you know. From what I have learned in my investigations, taking over Makash should be no problem at all. All the pieces start falling together. All the problems seem to straighten themselves out. The scent of danger floats in the air. I've felt this sensation many times before. I may not get away from this in one piece, but I'll never doubt my reason to fight. I'll not allow those regrets to become a thorn that pricks my heart whenever something like this happens again. I turn to Loralee. She must have made preparations before we even met. She notices my gaze, and she cheekily flutters her eyelids at me as a tease. This is no longer just a braille break, is it? Alright, let me try this one more time. Time for you to do your thing, then. The flames rise from the bones of the earth, burning away the shackles of the old and shedding the light of the rebirth on the land. This is rather tough, but it should be enough to deal with George. We'll just have to improve the rest once we manage to contact the others. No objections. Hey, he has his lab suit back on. I'm entirely at your command. The support fire I can call in will be on standby. I put two and two together, thinking back to the heavy pack she brought onto the car. I'm just some engineer that got dragged into all the chaos. Hi. Mei Ling's expression appears conflicted. What is it, Mei Ling? Commander, could I speak to you in private? Made up your mind then, have you? I'll go check on the controls then. Is he gonna bring that like giant robot to life? A giant Gundam? Fastly and Dr. White begin to tend to their own affairs, but Loralee remains still. Loralee, I'm gonna demand more of you, and too, if you're going to favor Miss Mei Ling like this. He doesn't like you to say something like that. Loralee's expression suddenly changes as her terminal begins to ring, but she still flashes me her signature easy smile before she makes her exit. I'll watch the surroundings then. I'll let you talk to Miss Mei Ling in peace. However, I'll be asking for some compensation later, okay? Mei Ling begins to put together her words as Laura Lee walks off into the distance. Commander? Don't worry, Mei Ling. How am I supposed to not worry? Oh, this is so dangerous. If something unexpected happens, you can go straight back to the 11th Bureau with the old gentleman. He won't be touched by the turmoil that way. No matter who George has behind him, the Bureau isn't something he can treat lightly. That's not what I'm worried about. She becomes visibly unhappy, as if I've missed the point entirely. Her new expression starts to clue me in on what she's thinking. Are you upset at me because of what happened before? You're not a doll, you're human. In fact, you're a great, proper engineer at that. I can't help but think back to Mei Ling when she was younger. Reach out with a hand and stroke Mei Ling's hair like I used to. Come and think of it. It's been quite a few years since I last did that. I think I stopped doing it because the dolls would think that I was treating Mei Ling like a kid, even though she already grown up. Mei Ling seems a little unsure what to do as she flushes red and shuts her eyes. Commander, that's not what I meant. She grabs my hand and stops me. Commander, I'm just a bit upset. I can't help but feel that if I don't get this out before the operation goes ahead, I might really regret it. Oh, now is the time to speak my mind. She looks off into the distance at Laura Lee, and she only starts to speak once she's sure no one's within earshot. What happened to leaving the decision up to me? What? What do you mean I should go straight back to the 11th Bureau? You said it yourself. You said you'd respect my decision, right? And just now, too. You didn't consider me at all in the combat planning. And you only told me to retreat. Am I just a burden to you, Commander? Even if I just disappeared one day, would you just... You know how your combat capabilities are. I'm just being real here. Commander! What I mean is that I only want you to be safe. I'm not disrespecting you. But... Listen to me, Mei Ling. Please, don't misunderstand. Huh? I've never wanted to drive you away. Ever. I know your situation. Don't you want to go home and have a look? I'd be happy if you wish to stay, of course. But it's more important that you made the decision without my influencing you. My very presence influences you. It's not about leaving or staying for someone. You need to make a decision based on what you want to do. Commander, what's with you all of a sudden? Am I suddenly rambling and leaving you with no space to speak? Yes, you're definitely doing that. Was that not what you wanted to hear? Or did you want me to handcuff you to the bed to stop you from leaving or something? I hear that's popular amongst young girls these days. You're not part of that crowd, though, are you? That's not what I wanted the commander to say. And I never thought those things could be either. I will admit that asking you to retreat first is a little selfish desire of mine. I want my most important family to be safe, and I don't want you to be harmed. You and girls were with me for 10 years, before everyone else was gone. Hey? That's all I wanted to say, Mei Ling. The upcoming decision is still yours. I look at Mei Ling sincerely, and I take the chance to also tidy up her ruffled hair. She finally looks up to me as if she's come to a resolution. A piercing ringing fills the air, and I look in Laura Lee's direction for answers. She throws me an inquisitive look in return. Unlike the time in prison, her intimacy carries a sense of distress, a distance with it once she drops her character. I couldn't help to guess at what she's actually thinking. There appears to be something deeper, something I cannot touch hidden beneath her affection. Perhaps the chance just hasn't presented itself yet. I gestured for her to tell me about the situation at hand. Mei Ling, there's an emergency, so I'll have to wait for the next time. I knew it. Laura Lee returns to my side, a new terminal in her hand that I don't recognize. It's the prison dedicated line. Should be George or Thea on the other side. Should I take care of it for you? I'm rather good at handling these situations. Laurel would often take her leave to take care of such calls during the last few days here. I have no reason to doubt her abilities in handling them. There's no time. No need this time. You mean to say? Put it through. I'll speak to him myself. My apologies. The guards seem a little occupied. Would you mind waiting for a while? What did you say? No. No need to get so angry. Outsiders not typically allowed in sewers as a whole, much less the prison. I only agreed to contact the guards since it was a special occasion and you were looking for my good friend. How long are you going to keep the act up for? They went to great lengths to find George and get close to the prison, but now they're unable to enter the prison while George plays dumb. You've locked him up in your underground prison. There's no need to hide it. Me? How could I? I'm a man who loves good business. Why would I lock up my good friend and business partner in jail? I was more distraught when I heard that the Tomato Emperor had been the victim of a robbery and gone missing. I will assist you in your search, but I must insist that it was not me. Even I am bound to get upset with such accusations. Don't think that everyone else is blind to the truth. Drop the act. Groza has never looked so angry before. Ulrich, assist me in combat. Leave it to me. Headshot. Alright, how are the demolition preparations going? Ready to go whenever. What are you trying to do this time? Do you want to hand him over or end up in pieces like your little prison? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Aw, come on now. Despite his words, George doesn't look pressed in the slightest. He puts through another call. Surprisingly, he finds someone familiar on the other end. Hey, George. Settlement. All debts must eventually be paid in full. And all vendors must be repaid. Hey, George. Oh, hello, my most treasured friend. It's been so long. Oh, weren't you off surveying Mikosh? How'd you end up in prison? That's no place for anyone to be. Speaking of that, I think it's rather strange too. I was hauled off to this place all of a sudden that day. Although, couldn't you find yourself to come pick me up since I'm still in Mikosh? That might be a little difficult. The subterranean systems of Mikosh are very complex. And you might not know this, but there's a dictator hiding down there. His name is Vasily Pugachev. He's claimed the underground is his domain. Even I can't step foot there easily. Did you see a madman while you were in the prison? All dirty and filthy. You should be a bit more careful. Commander, don't believe what he's saying. Rosa. It's me. Ulrich here too. The others. Sorry. There's only so much time we can use in this line. Please spare some time for me and my friend here. First you throw me into jail, and now you detain my family. That's hardly what a good business partner does. Family, hold on. I must have heard... What did you just call you? Family, hold on. I must have misheard. What did you just call you? Was that Commander? His tone only becomes more exaggerated as he puts a hand over his mouth. Oh, what a familiar title. Wait. There's that one internationally chronic criminal who's referred to in a similar way. They can call me whatever they like. People say that I put on acts too often, but I'm afraid that you have me beat, friend. This family of yours has been full of dolls this entire time. Right. What did you say? Wait, am I being tricked? This must be a conspiracy here. Don't act surprised. Did you really think that I hadn't found out? It's a two-way street, you know. I found quite a few of your secrets while you were investigating me. A prison is perfectly fitting place for you. That works out perfectly. Rosa's audibly upset, her rolling emotions obvious even through the screen. If you don't give the commander back to me, even if I have to take you down with me. Rosa, don't be rash. You hear that, Commander? The grease liquor of yours wants to take me down with it. That has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's nothing but a doll. A human-made product dedicated to betterment of human lives. Something that has no understanding of death itself. And dares to say... say something like that with a straight face. Does it think it's some kind of poet? Shut up. I can't find the words. The man in front of me doesn't have the emotional capacity to understand what I'm about to say. See, you have nothing to say either. What I saw underground comes to mind. George is human. If he knows the value of life, yet treats it with such little respect due to his arrogance. I have no desire to discuss this matter with someone like you. They understand the value and dignity of a person far more than you, whether in death or in life. What a shame, then. Just like you know about me, we also know about what you've done in Makash. Having the courage to imprison me here after hiding so much underground, it's applaudable. Oh, you must have met Vasily then. My friend, you mustn't believe his words. As I've said before, he is a dictator who only thinks of himself. I cannot sacrifice the interests of Makash to make his dreams a reality. His words might have shaken me if I hadn't seen the truth for myself. I have my own perspective. You could spare yourself your words. Consorting with such lowly rabble, do you no good, Commander? How about you consider our deal again? If you're willing to hand over the power plant, doll community, I might yet be willing to welcome you back into the fold as my friend. However, I may have to exchange you for your bounty as well. I think a certain man would be rather happy. The old man. You know what I hate the third most? No, but I'd be happy to learn. Let me know. Being threatened. Do you have any idea how many times I've been threatened by things many magnitudes greater than you? Look, looks like the deal's off then. You will miss having me as a friend, though. Friend, you. Enjoy your last 3 days in Makash. This place won't be yours for much longer. Not that ever was truly in the first place. What was stolen must be returned. This is the first time George's face brims with anger, a stark contrast to his usual comical demeanor. His passion and approachability are nothing but lies. I finally see the heartless glint in his eyes. Rosa, Ulrid. I'm here, Commander. Present. Hold on, I won't keep you waiting for too long. Received. You got it. Mr. George, Mr. Whatever, has already given his orders. Until then, I will keep you safe. Weren't you about to knock off? It was a request from someone higher up, and he paid me extra overtime. I wonder what she does with her money. Since Thea only works for time and extra overtime. Buy new parts? Does she have a hobby like some of the other dolls? Boom. That picture's still ridiculous. 2 more. Reforging Dawn. Amidst the cold ashes, we dredge up the scraps and reforge the dawn into shape. X hours later. This is Groza. Come in. What's going on? Later. We'll be there within 5 minutes. Just wait a little longer, Miss Groza. The Elsewhere are gathered in great numbers here. Immediately inform the others. Elred and I are fighting Thea. The enemy is almost certainly a doll. She's of unknown model, and her performance is far greater than military-grade elite models. I can't confirm whether or not she's a 3rd-generation doll. Be careful. How are things looking, big sis? Can hold out for 10 more minutes, tops. Oh, I'll have to settle this within 5 minutes then. Thea moves faster than Groza can evade. She appears in front of Groza and swiftly fires a laser that penetrates Groza's shoulder. Groza! Stay away! Leader, what happened? Groza doesn't bother evading. She grips Thea tightly with her other hand, so hard her fingers sink into the foe's frame down to the knuckles as sparks fill the air. Meaningless struggle. Thea remains nonchalant, only showing signs of displeasure as the accessories on her clothing become casualties. At least, I can still remove things like you from the commander's way. What are you doing, Groza? I can't help but worry as I hear such a sentence the moment I connect to the command of the battle. Groza, stop what you're doing immediately. Put your own safety first. Commander, you're back? Yes, I'm currently on the streets, about a minute out. No, maybe less than that. I know that you cleared your backups long ago. Believe me, I don't need your sacrifice. I didn't... I'm taking over command, Groza. The battle is hardly progressing as planned. Ulrich and Groza are struggling to hold out against Thea, and the Elsewhere encirclement remains a concern. Commander, we're not going to be able to hang out for much longer. Commander, this is Krolik. Suomi and I are here. Very good. Krolik, Suomi, focus on the Elsewhere in close vicinity. Ulrich, Groza, there's a piece of cover behind you to the side. Avoid the Elsewhere and ensure your safety before trying to take down Thea. Us too? But the numbers... Don't worry, we're deploying drone strikes. Move as I ordered you to. I turned to Lorelei after laying out the general plans I had for them. Lorelei. Munitions loaded. Now. The moment I give the order, several drones loaded with rockets immediately depart from their area. Lorelei's well-made preparations have saved me a lot of time. Can you control the location precisely? With my eyes closed. Groza, Ulrich, cover to you at 3 o'clock. Prepare to fire. You have 30 seconds. Our squad remains relatively small, but the battlefield has changed. More and more problems. Krollik and Suomi moved in the 12 o'clock direction. There's a passage you can use to break through there. Take the stairs down after you enter. Yes. Understood. Despite her unchanged expression, Thea's frequent laser blasts betray her dissatisfaction deep down. She fires away at every piece of cover nearby, unable to find her targets. Lorelei, give her something to remember. Exactly as promised, the drones release their payload at blinding speed. Plumes of fire bloom across the ground, swallowing Thea and the Elsworn. The cries and yelps of the Elsworn fill the air, but Thea moves deftly and avoids any major damage. I monitor the battle and look for Groza amidst the fire. A fine opportunity arrives as I finally spot her figure clearly. Groza! I'm with you. Groza quickly finds the timing and fires off a burst at Thea. That won't. Thea is forced back, finally at a disadvantage after a lengthy battle. Just as she finds an opportunity to turn the tide, a bullet strikes her from behind her blind spot, perfectly piercing her joints with incredible precision. More reinforcements? At the firing angle. Looks like we made it. You won't be admonished too hard later for calling in fire support without approval, right? Well, I'll definitely have it rough. Although, maybe I might just cover over to the Elmo if I can't take it anymore. You better get used to the work on the Elmo then. Let's get down to business, Lorelei. Understood. That wasn't Groza's shots, or the drones. Could it be? You can't let go of Commander either, can you? I almost forgot. He did warn me. George doesn't appear worried at all by the sight of Thea's defeat. In fact, the smile on his face only grows more deranged. I cannot place too much hope in failed products. I know that better than anyone. Apologies, this frame is at its limits. Please speak to my superiors if you'd like to proceed with a return. The time you've made should be enough. George ignores Thea's obvious frustration. A colossal machine of the shape of a great beast roars, and it moves in George's direction. Oh, he made a walker. A Star Wars walker. I thought it was going to be like a Gundam. It's clear to see that the beast is not George's foe, rather, it's very possibly a pet of his? It flaunts its staunch layers of armor, spiked defense systems, and mounted heavy cannons that contrast with the rest of its visuals. Heavy machinery in a place like this? Omnishell. I designed and created it, protected this place for a long, long time, sheltering people from the collapse storms and Aylids. Vasily placed himself next to me at some point as he looks at the great machine along with me. I remember you saying that you had similar ideas when you were back in the 11th Bureau. I wanted to be the fortress that sheltered this place on an impenetrable shield. But now... Vasily regards the jarring modifications on the machine with an indescribable expression. For him, the machine into which he poured his heart and soul feels familiar, yet foreign. We got in this picture. We got Groza, Ulrich, Vasily, George, Thea, Lorelei. He once carried out his will, saving the residents of Makosh from the grasp of Elids and collapse storms. But in George's hand, it's become an aggressor rather than a protector, stripping away those who had opposed him of their lives. Not even Vasily himself may know how to face and overcome it now. Oh, welcome, Vasily. You're still alive. George's voice interrupts our discussion. He's much more animated than the frigid Vasily, just as he was when I first met him. The deep rumbling of Omnishell follows. It marches on us, brandishing its fangs and claws, now no longer a protector of anything. Long time no see, George. Why are you showing yourself above ground? Have you forgotten how you squirmed when I crushed your ribs? I have no interest in those trite jokes, George. I have no intention of dwelling on the past. This is not the first time I've tried to take you out, but I guarantee you this will be the last. What are you saying? You've never succeeded, have you? A third-rate mechanic flaunting your mediocre skills, who brought Makash wealth beyond imagination, who took it little more than a meager settlement to the thriving trade city. Won't you tell me, Vasily? If you would have just listened, it wouldn't have just gotten out of my business's way. If you would have gotten out of my business way, I would have been happy to let trash like you live the rest of your days in Makash, still immersed in your hero's dream. Who's the one dreaming here? Aren't you still thinking about how you might get this piece of trash here on your side? This is not the first time I've given you an offer, but I guarantee you this time will be the last. Then my answer be the same. George, you do not stay in Makash for the people here. You remain here only because you see business opportunities. So what? What is the most plentiful resource in the Yellow Zones have, you think? I conjure up a million ways for you and the others to produce value. Both you and them should be thanking me. Have you always thought this way? Vasily, my friend. Do you know how much value a man from the Yellow Zone can produce over the course of his life? If you knew the answer to my question, then you will understand how necessary my work really is. Never mind that. Have I not fulfilled your needs? I have been so cooperative in sculpting you as a hero in the public eye, too. All to make that silly, childish dream of yours a reality. Do you think that my people are unhappy? Do you truly think a life of poverty beleaguered by pain is better than what they have now? Now, hurry up and scamper back to your sewer. I'm not here to talk to you about this, George. I'm just shocked that your resolve is so limited. You really, truly underestimate humanity. Vasily suddenly begins to move towards the massive machine. Vasily, what are you doing? I created on your shell. Its sins are mine to bear. I'll repair it myself, or be devoured by it. I'll wrestle Makash's future from George's hands, then give it back to the police, to the people. Let the people police themselves. It's so huge in the game. Am I fighting his legs? You want to approach Amnesia Shell? Well, it's still active. Are you completely insane? If there are any issues, the commander here will take care of them for me. I only have you that I would win this battle. I only promise you that I win this battle. You have to live well and handle the rest yourself. Ooh. Oh no, I did click too fast. Alright, I go back to this after the fight. Can I free change camera to see more of it? Or is it just too big? I can't see anymore. We're fighting the walker's legs. Let's go. Commander, he's done it. With a heavy thud and a great cloud of dust, Omni Shell ceases to move. It circles around in place before gradually coming to a complete stop. I wait and wait, but see no trace of Vasily. George's reinforcements are incoming and the Oathsworn's lines are converging on us. We need to find Vasily and get back to our feet before making our next decision. Groza, search Omni Shell with me. We must find Vasily. Understood. A rather strong signal patches itself into the communications channel. Our reinforcements have breached the Oathsworn encirclement. Surely I'm the first one here this time. Where are you, Commander? Are the other members of the Zukuro with you, Macchiato? Look for traces of George and Thea where you are. I'll send you the details. I got it. Hold on. Don't just hang up right there. I immediately receive another incoming call as I end the call with her. Got nothing to say to the people who backed you up. Will you finally accept payment from me this time? I'm just paying it back what I owed you from before. I don't want anything from you. That's what you say every time. How many times do you need to pay back the one thing I did for you? I'll suppress the remaining elsewhere nearby. I'll ask for my payment when we get back. I knew the girls had called him back up when I was absent, but the sheer scale of this... Am I really gonna have to go through a round to tell all of them that I'm alright? Commander, it's me. Whew. Finally got through the queue to get contact. How's the situation over there, Commander? Alright, Monsoon is standing by Makash. Your orders, Commander. I have 2 people I'd like you to search for. The details have been sent over. Take care to support the other squads nearby. Leave it to me, Commander. You still haven't answered my question, Commander. How's the situation over there? Everybody's dying to know. I'm fine, Jiangyu. Don't worry. I'm not quite completely unharmed, but it wouldn't do to make them worry either. Ah, that's good. Sis says that she's going to give you a full checkup when you're back. As usual, the truth doesn't get past Diane. I handle the incoming calls as we proceed towards Omnichel. I completely failed to notice Lorelei, a short distance away with her gaze still focused on me. Commander, look over there. I follow Grizzle's gaze and I find Vasily hanging on a steel pike and Omnichel. He looks as though he's been flung there in chaos, and his tools are scattered all over the ground. This doesn't look good. Surprisingly, his eyes begin to slowly open the moment I ask the question. How are you holding up? Don't worry, it's all minor injuries. Probably just a few spikes, a few ribs. He's really pushing himself. Vasily is still unsettled. He's still worrying about the unfinished battle even though he's wounded. You should take a look at yourself first before worrying about anyone else. Don't even try to stand up. I'm going to do some first aid before you get help. More help gets here. Where is George? By the way, Dr. White and Miss Mei Ling are currently in the control room on Center Underground, standing by. Looks like it didn't take too long to seize control of the underground control center, thanks to the loopholes left behind during the prior maintenance. How's the situation down there? Before I got here, I got control of the water management, electricity, supply, logistics and transport systems, and permission for everything else important, including the isolation unit. We got it all. Salesman, are we really gonna win? With Omnichel out of the picture, everything will get easier. Take it one step at a time. What we've achieved already is a victory in and of itself. There's no need to rush. I try to relax my tone, doing what I can for his mental state. With George's forces approaching, we'd be better off retreating. Our best course of action is to re-engage only after I've decided on our next move. We don't want one of the Yellow Zone's rare city-sized settlements to turn into a ruin either. The sewers were once used to bind you, but now you can use them to your advantage. Working upwards bit by bit towards the surface is not impossible. The city is going to fall into chaos, but you have control of the city's critical underground systems. Combined with Omnichel, it's safe to say we have all of Makash's lifelines in our hands. I've waited a long time for this day. I've had nothing to my name for ages, much like most of Makash. What we want is only to take back what's once ours. To control the sewers is to control half the city. I'll handle the other half then. Vasily's looking much better than before after getting patched up. He stands up and slowly walks forward. Now it's time for the underground to show its might. I give him a light pat on the back. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest of what you need. I look at his retreating figure and I gradually begin to follow after him. This campaign's not over yet. We're only at the beginning. Groza follows me closely and she almost trips on the bumpy path below us. This would have been unthinkable at any other time, but far too many things have happened in Mikosh. Groza's been placed under immense pressure for far too long, and it's no doubt been torturous for her in her current state. But she does her best not to make a sound. Groza. I take her by the hand, holding her closer to me for support. I'm sorry I'm late. There's nothing to worry sorry for. I just wanted you to be safe, Commander. I've always been worried that I'd be the one to put you in danger. Just by being by your side, Commander. But I can't bear the thought of being apart from you at all. I'm sorry. I know what's on your mind. You remember everything about Red Onion, correct? I can't hide anything from you, Commander. She tries to slip her hand away, but I grasp it tighter. I am worried about all of it becoming real one day. The dreams of blood. I'm worried I'll really become a monster in your eyes. Commander, there's one thing I want to ask of you. If that day ever comes, please do not hesitate to kill me. Destroy me. Groza, I know how much it must have taken to put that into words. Aside from my trust, what I can provide is a promise to her. I hear you. Let me handle this, Groza. I promise I won't let anything that might worry you happen until I've taken care of it. I'll figure it out. Groza finds the determination to stand by my side once more. Portrait that lady. She continues leaning on you, even though she already knows everything about you. Epilogue, Part 1. Man in the hole. He sleeps in a cave of memories, but the searing light of reality has awakened him. Commander. Laura Lee finally finishes her lengthy call and returns to my side. Did I interrupt? Of course not. How about you? Did you find George and Thea's trail? Am I not allowed to have a share of your attention as well? Then let me report in to you as well. I'm alright. What about you? No intel received yet. But I did manage to intercept a communication log from George. Are you interested? You know that's not what I'm asking about. I thought you'd just give me the thank you. Leave that for when this is all over. I think you deserve more proper gratitude. That's something you'd enjoy, wouldn't it? Finally willing to respond to my invitation. Don't change the topic. You've looked terrible ever since that call ended. You can't just go around saying these things that ruin the mood. Right after I built it up. We were just discussing how you could reward me. This isn't the first time Straight Sex is called, is it? It happened down in the prison too. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Let me guess, you leaked too much intel, disobeyed orders, and even called in firepower beyond what you're permitted. And they're not very happy, are you? Or have negotiations with StateSec broken down because of my unwillingness to cooperate? Can I take this as you wanting me to yourself at least a little, Commander? She tilts her head somewhat and positions it in a way that's convenient for caressing. She looks at me with dewy eyes in such a manner that it almost seems teasing. I wouldn't have guessed that you're in the same kind of theatrics as Mei Ling. I reach out with a hand to stroke Lurley's hair. Then here's some encouragement for you. A little something for our victory. Her eyes narrow a little with comfort. Be careful, Commander. You might be falling right into my trap if you're thinking like that. 'Cause I am the vixen here. Really now. I'm not as easy to placate as the little girl like Mei Ling. You know that. I know. I need to give you something to stay. For like this? Looks like I've made the right decision. It's no problem. As things are, I can stay with you. The support she's given me has obviously gone beyond what Statesec allows. I can't help but worry for her safety. She knows about the situation with Groza too. If she still decides to choose me nevertheless, I think back to what Groza experienced and the pain she suffers. If possible, I want to spare Loralee from those things. Loralee, what's the price you're gonna pay? Nothing you need to be worried about. These affairs are my own. You don't seem half as mature as before, even after 10 years. I suppose that's true, but it's also your fault. Without your attention, I changed. And I'm gonna change you bit by bit as well. She grabs my hand and puts a circular mark on it on one of my fingers with her teeth. Her movements are gentle, but that mark will persevere for several days. I half bit you. Don't worry. You'll have what you want. I'll show you everything in my neurocloud once you get back to the Elmo. And you'll know the truth. She winks at me. The despondency from before, nowhere to be seen. She's returned to her normal, smiling, confident self. After a brief moment of tenderness, we hurriedly make our escape. After all, the real counterattack is yet to become. Squad 3 reporting in. Omni-Shell has been seized by the enemy, awaiting instructions. By the time the Elsewhere has taken control of the scene, the only thing remaining is this broken Omni-Shell. The one whose caused all this vanished without a trace. You think that's worth reporting? Go get it back. George angrily cuts off the call. Damn it all. Vasily, you bastard, how dare you? How dare you? He's already caused Vasily to suffer 1,000 times worse than what he once thought went through. The despair of illness, a feeble body and dismal health, not to mention a long-buried family. And yet he still stands before me, next to that unbelievable son of a... Going on about how he has nothing. I've thrown everything away from what I have now, too. Do I deserve defeat? I cannot lose more than anyone else. What's going on with me? George stares at his arm in surprise. Blue spots begin popping up all over his skin. Are my hands a little swollen? Why? Why? George scrambles to figure out what's going on with him, but a severe headache robs him of his ability to think. Yes, I still have this. He scatters the documents and objects on his desk, searching for the medicine that'll make him feel better. But he finds nothing, even as he knocks over the last bottle. He collapses to his knees with his head in his hands. A letter upon his desk flutters down to the floor in front of him. It's a neat and tidy letter, the solid and smooth strokes of the writing look impeccable. And the paper carries the faint aroma of a flower, osmanthus, as Vasily would tell him in the same letters. Vasily's favorite desserts always carried that aroma. Vasily. Dear George, today was my 221st day at the 11th Bureau. Even the employees' meals are great, but I think that I still return to Makosh one day. I still remember when you said that you hoped that Makosh would stop being tormented by radiation. After coming here, I've only become more confident that our beliefs are the way forward. Even for people in the Yellow Zones, there should be more ideals to live their lives beyond survival. That's why I'll handle the survival part. It's become some time since you've written. I look forward to what you have for me. Signed, Vasily. Since I've written. Ideals. You only get to say that because you're lucky. George knows full well that he contracted Elid. He doesn't know when he got infected, but he has already taken every step he can to stave off the illness, to the point of even stealing vaccines. I'm not waiting for empty promises. I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna survive right now. The familiar sounds of footsteps reach his ears. He composes himself in an instant, putting on his usual smile, as forced as it is in his current predicament. You're here. Yes, it'll be fine. I still have you. The man who gave him every opportunity. The man who allowed him to emerge from the abyss. George. Despair does not stay with George for long. He's never been a man who falters in place and refuses to accept reality. If he can survive Elid, he can survive this insignificant turbulence. Yes, this much is nothing but insignificant. Vasily has tried to fight back countless times. No matter how imposing he may seem, he's been beaten back and crushed each time. Go back to your goddamn sewer. He pulls himself away from his memories. The dreamlike sensation departs, along with the sentiments of the past. He can feel himself regaining control, and he can put everything firmly in his grasp once more. Clarity returns to the world in front of him. Red dots congregate in Makash upon the screen before him. The convoys of his reinforcements arriving. Rather, his help is here. He looks up to find Thea standing before him, even though she should be immobilized and crippled. Knows something's not the same here. Is it right? Not going all the way? Yeah, there we go. Whee! The soft video is 80, I think. There we go. Good. Sip your wine. Still look exactly like a freaking Spy X Family Girl. Even your choice of weapon. Oh, what the heck? I got two of them. That's okay. That's actually kind of wild. I don't think I've ever actually gotten two of them in this entire set of pulls for any character, and I have almost all of them. My luck's actually been pretty bad overall, but whatever. That's actually really cool. Okay.